Oh, right, I forgot I still had that there. Give me 1 second to switch that out. Where did it go? I also gotta close the window. In the meantime, while we're fixing all of this, yo, everybody, good to see you. I hope you're all having a good day. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth, guess the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams, and today is one of those drawing streams. I need to close the window. Give me 1 second. There we go. Anyway, as I was saying, today is one of those drawing streams. I'm going to be working on the fire section of this part now, because I feel like that one, though it's going to take a bit more time than the cookie dough, because I feel like the cookie dough is going to be relatively quick, relatively easy. I just really want to work on the fire. That's basically it. And I hope you're all having a good day. I hope you're all having a good night, whatever time it is. I hope you're enjoying your weekend. Or I hope you enjoyed your weekend. And always remember, don't let anyone tell you how to enjoy your weekend. Doesn't matter how you do it. Whether you're going outside, going to a club, going to a party, hanging out with friends, hanging out by yourself, playing Elden Ring for what seems to be the entire night until the sun pops up. However you decide to spend your weekend, it is your free time. Spend it however you like, especially since, you know, life is busy. All that good stuff. Hey, good to see you there, Ryu, Zerates, Wheezy Dragon. How y'all be? Hope everybody's doing well. Let's also give a shout out to Zerates over here, as well as Ebi. Oh, come on in there, Ebi. I see that you've been working on a lot of stuff. I saw you've been working on the live 2D thing. How'd that be? I hope it's been going well. Folks, go check out... Wait, I forgot to do something. I forgot the SO. Let's try that again. Dead moth? No. It's okay. I die every other week. Not gonna lie. I wasn't sure if I was gonna make it today, because I'll be honest, while I was sitting here, I was contemplating, like, should I say that I'm going to stream today? Because I don't know. Part of me feels like I'm not going to be able to stay awake for very long. But I'm gonna try. I am gonna try. As soon as I pushed go live, all of a sudden, like, oh, I'm not dead. What do you know? Well, let's get started on things. Thanks, Lampy. I am learning. It's going good. Yo, I'm glad to hear that. And you know what? That's honestly fair. Learning is always the first step. And never feel bad if it doesn't come out the way you expected it. But you know what? It's gonna come out perfect. I know it. You got this. I believe. It was good. Went to the gym. As missing 2 weeks definitely made me tired. Made me tired quicklier than normal. Ah, fair. Yeah, that is 2 weeks for you. Sometimes all it takes is just those 2 weeks for the whole thing to go like... That's the difficult part about... Yeah, that's the difficult part about exercising, or at least working out. It takes a lot... Okay, it's real easy to start. It's very difficult to keep the routine. And it's very easy to fall off. Now, do I keep these pupils? I feel like removing the pupils might make things... I don't know. I'm really trying to figure it out with the pupils. With or without the pupils, folks, what do you think? I'm starting to think without the pupils. I feel like it looks better with the pupils. Without? Okay, we got one with, we got one without. Alright, who wants to be the tiebreaker? Because not gonna lie, them pupils stare into your soul, you know? They really do stare into your soul. Without them, they kind of seem a little blank. But with them, a little terrifying. Without, All right, we got 2 without, 1 with. Sorry, there are mini potatoes. We're gonna have to go with the ones without the pupils, so goodbye, pupils. It was an interesting run, but yeah. Yeah, no luck. Speaking of which, let's give a shout out to Mini Potatoes. They also do the art and they also do the drawing. Go check them out when you get the chance. Oh, right. I should also mention. So, folks, today is the last day that the bird stays up there as a mandatory thing. We're going back to the regular bird after... Yeah, we're going back to the regular bird on Tuesday. Hold on, let me show you the regular bird. We're going back to this one on Tuesday just to, you know, put the redeem back there. If y'all folks want the other bird, there will be a redeem for that. So it's going to be like a switcheroo. There you go. But yeah, tomorrow we put the redeem back and we go back to this bird. Because I think a whole week with this one, you know, to showcase it and all of that, I think that was enough time. Now it's time to go back to bird. But like I said, there will be a redeem if you want to go back to the other one. As well as the 1.0. Alright, let's see. I'm never going to forget that. Okay, let's get to the fire. So first thing I want to do is actually make it a little more red. Right there should be good. This is a decent red. What about a bird flip redeem? Make the bird invert. Oh yeah, there's going to be a redeem where you could either have it go back to the humanoid form or go back to the bird form. There's got to be 2 different options for that one. Lampy giving us the bird? How rude. I wish. Do you see any... Yeah, do you see any fingers on Lampy? I don't know how I'm going to be able to give you the bird like that. Although, I could make an arm toggle for that. Yeah. You know what? Arm toggle. Anyway, let's go back. Actually, hold on. I take it back. What I want to do is snag this color, save it, go back to the bright orange, because now what we need to do is make a new layer. We're going to call this yellow. Yellow. How do I spell yellow? Yellow. There we go. Yellow. Also, welcome on in there, Spot. Let's also hide the cookie dough for now. Wait, is that all part of the fire? It's not part of the fire, but not gonna lie, as crazy as it sounds, taking away the line art really gave it an entirely different style. Here it is with the line art. You take away the line art. I don't know what it is about losing the line art that makes it, I wouldn't say better, but it's definitely different and not in a bad way. Definitely gives it a more painted look. I kind of like it. Now, funny thing is, it doesn't always work that way, though. Sometimes I see things like that, I try to make it, or, you know, I look at what it looks like underneath all the line art, and it looks cursed. This is one of the rare times where it doesn't. Globs of them color? Yeah, exactly. Oh, let's see. Not revert, invert. Feet in the air. Oh. Nah. That's all I'm gonna say is nah. Alright, let me see. Nah, just point the gun. Good idea. I don't know what we're pointing the gun for, but yes, we definitely got to point the gun at something. Alright. That's lovely. Looks. Let's see. Look how clean the colors are. I know, right? Totally unintentional. Actually, when I say that, that's not sarcasm or, you know, like trying to sound like, oh yeah, I totally didn't plan to do that. Yeah, no, I actually legitimately had no plan. Alright, let's see. Bubbles them colors? I know, right? Does kind of remind me of candy or food. The eye line... Oh, let's see. The lineless style goes good with the pupil... or pupilless eye style you went with. Oh, yeah, I could see that. Hold on a minute. Yeah, definitely it definitely complements the eyes without pupils. That one I can definitely see. Definitely gives a weird storybook looking thing. He's got a gun. Quick shower room with love. No, 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 no. Y'all save your money. Or whatever it is that you're trying to attempt. Y'all cease. Alright, back to the fire. So, here's what we need to do. We hide this. We hide the line art for a minute. Well, hiding the line art doesn't change anything. Let's get our lasso tool. And luckily, since this is since this isn't an animation, we can actually go as ham as we like with this fire this time around. Let's just add that. Add a new shape over here. Yeah, I said new shape. Give me my new shape. What we just need to do is just make pointed end shapes and make sure those pointed ends aim upwards. That is our game plan. That is our move. And that is our goal. You know what? Let's go with something a little bit brighter and slightly more yellow. And by slightly, I mean blindingly yellow. Maybe too blindingly yellow. I kind of want more of a slight golden tint. Much better. That's the goal we're looking for. Fire plus ham equals roast pork. Hey, fun fact. Did you know that ham is made out of pig's butt? True story. I thought it would have been the sides, but turns out it's, ham is the equivalent of rump roast. I'm sorry, you had to learn this way. Roasted pork sounds tasty. It does sound tasty. And you know what? Regardless, ham are the glutes. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that till yesterday. It's not going to stop me from eating ham, but I thought that was an interesting fact. Also, let's give a shout out to Liliana. Welcome on in there, Lily. How ya be? Hope things are going well. We raised pigs for a good... Oh. We raised pigs for a good chunk of my life. Ah. You know what? Fair, fair. How was raising pigs? How does that work? Thanks for the for the SO? Yeah, no problem. Vibing as usual, that's good to hear. That is always good. Alright, so here's what we're going to do for this part. Just going to break off a little piece of fire there. Put that little section. Put that little piece, remove that. Actually, you know what? Let's try that one again. I want to do... There we go, that little spark. Add that little piece over there. When it comes to the yellow parts of the flames, what you want to do is basically try to follow the same path as the orange section. Okay, so how we make fire, or how you make fire. You want to make it very, very flowy, but you want it to have a pointed end at the very top of wherever it is. Whatever parts are dissipating or whatever parts are, you know, falling apart, you know, as heat rises and all of that, you know, the energy will fade. And because fire is very fast, very active, that flame is, or that energy is going to fade rather quickly. So, that's why flames are usually going to have a pointed end somewhere. And because heat rises, the pointed end is always usually going to be facing up, or at least moving towards the direction of up. It can move to the sides at some point, but while it's moving to the side, it is still aiming upwards. So you want to make sure that that's what's going on. Along with that, the brighter the flames are, the brighter the flame is, the hotter it is. So as it starts to weaken, it will get darker and it will get more red. The strongest of flames are usually blue. The weakest of flames are usually... Yeah, I want to say the weakest part of the flame is usually red. There could be something else. Maybe smoke. Something along those lines. But yeah, because of that, you want to add some sort of orange to that fire, and that orange is usually going to be on the inside of said flame. And as it goes further to the top, less of that yellow is going to be seen, and thus you're going to see more orange. Or yeah, you're going to see more orange, and you're going to see smaller bits of yellow as we get closer to the top. That's why we have these little two parts like just breaking off here. Although this part here, not too big of a fan of how the shape came about. So let's change that one up a bit. Let's go back to our lasso. Also, Dino Seeker, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day. We're gonna put that right there. Drop that yellow. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Yeah, I missed a collab today. I was supposed to teach somebody Yu-Gi-Oh! And they said the last thing I remember before passing out was them asking like, hey, like, is 2 or 3 o'clock good for you? I was like, wait, considering time zones, 2 or 3 o'clock for you or for me? And then I passed out. And then when I woke up, it was 3. Then I looked back at the message. They said, yeah, 3 p.m. my time. They're about 2 or 3 hours ahead of me. So yeah, when I heard that, I was like, oh, or when I read that, I realized, oh no. Oh, I missed it. I messaged them back, but I don't know. I haven't gotten a response back, but I think it's because they're busy, hopefully. But yeah, I feel bad because I overslept the entire thing, and it was their stream. It was supposed to be a collab on their stream, and I missed it. And it just hit me again right now, like, oh yeah, I forgot, I missed the... Oh god, I missed that. Well, I'm gonna try to reschedule with them. I'll be honest, this has been a very, very busy weekend. Every time I'm like... Or... The worst part was, they reminded me multiple times. That's the worst part. They reminded me multiple times, and then I was like, okay, Sunday. Am I supposed to do anything on Sunday? I don't think so. Even worse is that I asked them on Saturday, like, wait, so what time are we supposed to do this today? Or are we supposed to be doing this today? And if so, what time? They tell me, no, it's tomorrow. Like, oh, thank God. That means I could go pass out. Good night. And then I completely forget today. Until they message me like, oh my God, right. Right. When am I supposed to be there? It was just a bad situation right there. And that one's completely on me, in all honesty. That's the worst part. Like, yeah, there's no one to blame but myself on this one. I done goofed. I done messed up, that's for certain. Alright, let me catch up with some things. Hi, Lampy, how are you? Aside from missing that collab, which I feel real bad about, I'm gonna try to reschedule if possible. Outside of that, it's been alright. I am extremely tired, but it's been alright. I may or may not have also been low-lifing Elden Ring this past weekend. I've been watching someone playing Elden Ring, and I was like, watching them play Elden Ring kind of makes me want to play Elden Ring again, but at the same time, I gotta work on commissions, so I kind of have to leave that alone. But I really want to play Elden Ring. But yeah. I gotta work on them commissions, I gotta work on the video editing. Or the video cutting. It's going so far. Yeah, still. Aside from that, it's going it's going pretty well so far. How about yourself? Hope things are good. It wasn't too bad, to be honest. Piggies are really chill. Oh, okay. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Not gonna lie, I wouldn't know what to expect from pigs. Because my only experience with pigs is on a ham and cheese croissant. Or ham and cheese sandwich. Or whenever they have ham at Thanksgiving events. That is my only experience with pigs. I've heard scientists altered... Okay, let's see. I heard scientists altered pig DNA to make their organs more similar to humans, just to make them easier for organ transplants, but it's having a moral dilemma situation. Yeah, I could kind of see the moral dilemma of altering animals just for... Wait. Is the moral dilemma turning pigs into involuntary donors? Or involuntary organ donors? Because if that's the dilemma, I could see why that would be a dilemma. Because if the dilemma is about, you know, why, or yeah, humans should not have pig organs, I'm looking at that like, look, it's either a pig organ or death. Take your pick. Okay, let me see. Blue is always near to, blue is always near to the source. True. First is yellow, then orange, then maybe red? Yeah. Well, a little bit of blue, depending. Depending on if it's gas related. I'm doing good? Nice. Glad to hear that you're doing good. Goof? Yeah, I done goofed. It was technically a power outage. Your body ran out of energy. Yeah, technically. Still... I should have prepared better. That's the thing. I should have prepared better. And, I think I need to start, I think I actually need, like, a schedule. Not a schedule, like, scheduling things, like, showing people the schedule. But I think it's time that I need to organize things that are going on in life. Because normally, it's just... Oh yeah, no, I'll remember it. I know when things go on, but there's too many things going on, and I think it's time that I need to write it all down. Like, okay, so this is what I got to do this week. I never thought I'd get to that point, like ever in life, but here we are. I need to write down my week. Like, okay, so I got to do this at that day I got to do that. I might have to deal with this on that day. Not gonna lie, that part still sounds very surreal that I have to actually schedule my life. Or, you know, remember schedules. Because, I'll be honest, I have never... Yeah, again, I've never had to do that in my life. Mostly because I never had so many things that needed to be done all at this time. And I've never had so many people that I need to, connect with. Reconvene. Or something along those lines. So often. It was usually, alright, so what do I gotta do today? I gotta get this job done. And that's about it. If there's a friend that I gotta hang out with, or someone I gotta meet up with, it was only like that one thing throughout the entire week. Mostly because I didn't feel like socializing too much. So it's like one of those things where it's, if someone ever asked me like, hey, do you want to hang out at this time? Like, let me see. Nope, I'm booked. The only thing I had booked was hanging out with one person that one week. And then it's like, yeah, nope. The rest of the week, I'm just taking care of work. Or I'm taking care of school. Or whatever it was that I was taking care of at that time. Or sometimes it's just, you know, all right, let me see. What does my schedule look like? And I don't feel like it, but I'm not going to tell them that part. Yeah, it's a pretty swamped week. Yeah, I'll, maybe next time. Which also sucks, because, it sucks now, because I'm looking at certain things, like, I also was supposed to find a time to play Fortnite with somebody, but I wasn't able to make it there. And the chance where I did get an opportunity to play Fortnite with somebody, I also had to do D&D at that very same moment, and I didn't realize that until somebody messaged me, like, Lampy, you remember D&D, right? Like, I remember now. Yep, I definitely remember it now. Yeah, I'll be right there, like, dang, I forgot I was supposed to do that. D&D was fun, though. But yeah, there was too many things scheduled that week. Folks, how do you handle it? For those of you that handle with schedules and having to meet up with a lot of people, how do you take care of that thing? How do you handle that sort of situation? I would like to know. Like, what's your experience with that? If you experience that. Alright, let's see. Do most flames have a bit of red, or is it mostly orange and an unnoticeable amount of red? I think it's mostly orange and a slightly unnoticeable amount of red. Sometimes it moves a little too fast to catch that red. But I know there's some sensibility, or I know there's some semblance of red in there somewhere. Basically farming. Oh, basically farming them just to be kidney organ donors. Okay, yeah, I could see the moral dilemma there. That is kind of messed up. Although I will say this. If you're gonna be turning them into food, why not hold on to the organ for later? I know that sounds cruel, unusual, and messed up, but they're already food. They're already, we already, you know, harvested the rest of the body. So I could see why this is a moral dilemma. But at the same time, use every part of the, you know, use every part of the creature. Or animal. Let's see. My dilemma is the modified pigs were growing human parts. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, you know what? I can agree with that part. Like, the human parts part. Who's to say you won't accidentally have the pigs develop a human brain? Oh, Jesus. Now you just got Animal Farm. Who remembers the book Animal Farm? Because I'm looking at this like, wait, that's just an Animal Farm dilemma. That's just an Animal Farm situation. I wouldn't want Animal Farm. Also, welcome on in there, Dice. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Okay, that you can't really make food after growing replacement organs in them. Oh, so yeah, you know what? That's true. That's true. Like if you're putting if you're turning them into humanoid organs and humanoid parts, then technically that's borderlining cannibalism. So yeah, that also makes it a rather difficult situation. You know what? Keep the pig as the pig. Stop trying to turn pigs into people. Well, from Google search, the new pig organs have been rejected by the body, so it's still untapped territory. Ah, fair. It might be best to leave it where it is. In all honesty, it's best to leave it where it is. Let sleeping pigs lie. I know that's not the saying, but you know it, close enough. Close enough. You know what? We'll leave that part as is. I actually want to break this part up. There we go. That part should be good. Now we're all set. Clean that part up. Let's see the next part. We're okay with that section. Let's go all the way up here. Connect that piece of flame. Add that bit of yellow. This is definitely an interesting topic. Anyway, what was I talking about before that? Oh yeah, scheduling. Folks, how do you sort out your schedule? Do you have a book? Do you write it down? Or do you do what do you do what I normally do and just try to remember and hope for the best? I have no schedule due to having no life. You know what? Honestly, fair. What's it called? I sympathize with that, mostly because before the streaming thing, I too had no life. That's not entirely true. I take it back. Before doing this business stuff, I had no life. Like, I kind of had to force myself to have a life during that entrepreneurship era. And let me tell you, that era sucked. The only thing I learned from that is I don't want to deal with people. Hanging out with people was rough. Especially since a majority of the time, all a lot of people did talk about was, oh my god, did you hear about what who and so said did to what? And I'm like, I don't care. When are we getting to the part where we talk about business? Like, yeah, we don't talk about our lives here. We talk about other people's lives. I mean, they didn't say it in those exact words, but it was like, we don't feel like talking about that. Like, you know, life has been good. Life has been good. But did you hear about this? Like, I don't care what's going on in other people's lives. What's going on in your life? What's the situation? That's usually how I was looking at it. Like, I don't care what these people are doing. If I wanted to know what these people were doing, I'd be hanging out with these people. I don't know who these people are. I don't care. Bold of you to assume I schedule things. Fair. That's why I asked. Okay, I'm gonna sit here and not continue Animal Farm with its political commentary. You know what? Fair. That's honestly a reasonable way to go about it. Pig is food, not spare organs for man. Honestly, reasonable. I looked at it like, you know what? If we're gonna be using if we're gonna be using them for food, we might as well use every part of the animal. And then someone brought up, you know, the human parts. Like, oh right, cannibalism. You know what? Not a good idea. Let's leave the pigs where they are. I've never read the Animal Farm book, but the story gets around. Okay, so Animal Farm. Basically, they're animals. They're on a farm. They don't like how the human is treating them, so they decide, you know what? Mutiny. We're gonna take over the farm, and we'll run the farm. And then the pigs become the leaders, and the pigs become, you know, tyrants. And then the story continues. It gets pretty bad. But yeah, the animals run the farm now, as the humans. And they do just as bad of a job as we do. Alright, let's see. Some of the fire would look cool with some blue. I hope for the best. Yeah, don't worry, I got an idea for the fire. We got a long ways to go with the fire after all. Happy. I got you. It's such a huggable moth size, or yeah, huggable football size moth. Yo, Kumo. And glad to see. Yeah, what's it called? Umbra. Umbra told me Umbra sent me the clips when you got the plushie. I'm glad that you like it. Let's give a shout out. Folks, go check out Kumo. They do a lot of arting. They play a good variety of games. And if you want the opposite vibes of energy, not in a bad way. If you want the opposite vibes of energy, that's a good place to go. Like, where we're over here, we got flat, chill, flat but chill jokes. Over there, they got the high-end energy. You want to see high-end energy? That's a good place to go. Also, if you want to see them do the Pokemon card pack openings, that's also a good place. Yeah, go check them out. Really awesome people. And I came across a cute spider. Ooh, nice. Who's the spider? All right, Animal Farm is a great example of power corrupting. Yep, absolutely. As the animals thought they could do it better, they thought, you know what? We know what's better. We know those humans don't treat us right. We're gonna do it, and we're gonna do it right. They didn't do it right at all. They treated the animals worse than the humans did. And they too were animals. It just did not pan out. I got it and opened him on stream. I saw, like, as soon as I saw the clips, I was like, okay, let me go see the whole thing. That was, I'm glad to hear that it got there. Thank God it got there this time, because the last time I sent it... Okay, for those of you that don't know, I sent out a package. It was supposed to go to Kumo over there. And it didn't make it. They delivered it back to where I live. I looked at it, I made sure, I double checked. I wanted to make sure that everything was was right. I looked at it, I double checked with Kumo. Turns out, yeah, everything was right. So I went back to the post office, and the post office told me, yeah, they messed up. Because they were supposed to send it out there. They were supposed to send it overseas. They didn't send it overseas. They just gave it a round trip. They just gave it a round trip to the post office. And I had to send it out one more time. Luckily, since they messed up, I didn't have to pay a second time, because if I had to pay a second time, Jesus Christ, that would have been another 30 bucks. But yeah, since they realized the mistake, they just said, don't worry, we'll send it out one more time and we'll see how it goes. And seeing that it made it there, I am very, very glad that, you know, it went smoothly this time. I was legit worried that they were just going to send it back to me again. Like, all right, here you go, enjoy your package. Like, no, you're supposed to send it out. Get it out of here, go. And yeah, luckily they did it. All right, let me see. It's like high school level reading. I do recommend a quick read for everyone, honestly. Animal Farm? Yeah, it's a good read. I will say that. It's a good read. I'm so glad it made it. Same. Like I said, I was worried. I did not want to pay another 30 bucks. Same with the Nesso to you? Yeah, like I was saying. Okay, so, for those of you that don't know, we basically did like a plushie trade. They had a plushie, I had a plushie, and so I traded mine over there. I sent mine over there. They sent theirs over here. Theirs went off without a hitch, I think. Mine had a bit of an issue, but it made it there, and that's what matters. Also, they sent me stickers. I was not expecting the stickers. I've also been meaning to make a post about that, but I'm waiting for I'm waiting to restock on the plushies before I make the post. But yeah, I'm waiting on that one. And honestly, I think that the plushies are actually canonically accurately sized, because from looking at the Kumo plushie, that is about like the size that you would expect. Because if I'm correct, Kumo, your avatar is supposed to be like half a foot, right? Okay, let me rephrase that. 6, right? Like, what's half a foot? 6 inches? I think it's supposed to be like 6 inches. Okay, let me see. Let me try to catch up with things. Theoretical plushie. Wait, theoretical? That would have sucked? It would have. Stickers are best for sharing. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I can agree with that. That's very commendable. It's Kumo's size, just a little bit longer. Ah, fair. So then, yeah, it is about canonically sized. Yeah, I had a feeling because I was looking at that like, yep, Kumo plushie smaller than the Lampy. Yeah, that's pretty on brand. But, folks, I will say this, that is not a bad thing. Because sometimes smaller plushies mean that you can, you have more space for them. I just thought it was a funny observation, like, yeah, they're actually canonically accurate. Very eatable. Yeah, check them like a football. Oh, Sabrina, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. How goes the art? So far, so good. We're working on Fire. Let's give a shout out over here. Go check them out. They play a lot of the Cuphead. Also, speaking of which, how was Cuphead today? I saw you were playing that earlier. I see that Nightshade has arrived. Nightshade? What's Nightshade? Oh, Night Rain? Has Night Rain arrived? If Night Rain is out, I gotta pick up that game. That is the only game I'm picking up. And then I stop for a good while, because it's time to save up on a big plan. Arson? Yeah, Arson. Check it out. We're getting there. We got to DLC Island? Nice. Wait, what's DLC Island? I don't think I've heard of that before. And we're just going to connect all of that. Snag over here, connect to that. One more time over here, and boom. And then we add that whole part, and we're all set. Next step we got to do. Add this section. And basically at this point, all these flames are just going to be kind of like puzzle pieces. But since this part is a little more broken off, instead of making it one solid piece, we're just going to make two different parts, like so. You can actually make this part go right there. Make a part over here. There we go, and that should be all set. Oh, let's see. Belladonna equals Nightshade. Well, how am I supposed to know that? Like, how do you, like, how am I supposed to know that? There's literally nothing that hints that. I had my pagan phase, still have a plant phase. Ah, fair. Oh, Nightshade Raid. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't have got that. But I think that's more on me than anything, apparently. There we go. Okay, we're gonna connect those, make that part of the flame a little bit bigger. Yeah, that should be solid. All right, let's break up some more parts over here. Whoops. Fill up that spot. I think starting here can now start working a little bit better. That should be okay. That should be all set. And also, because of how we're working with the flames, and since they're not going to be a solid shape, we can actually get a little... What's the word I'm looking for? We could get a little lazy with the flames. Just a little bit. We'll see what I mean soon enough. I mean, we're still going to do our best to make these work and make them as high quality as we can, but for this part of it, for this section, we can actually tone it down a little bit. You'll see how. Once we get there, you'll see how. Or we could be a little more lenient. That's the word I'm looking for. We could be a little more lenient. That's okay. Nice. Thank you for your understanding. Because, yeah, I don't know any of that stuff. All right, let me see. So let's add this part. Oh, right, I forgot. Okay, so now that we added that section of the flames, we do need to go to this part, because this part we're definitely going to need to really focus on. So, how are we going to go about this one? This part of the flame is going to be significantly different from what we just worked on earlier. Because since this part is going to be ignited a lot by, you know, whatever's being sprayed, that is going to cause a lot more yellow in this general direction. And that also causes a lot more... It will cause it to be a lot more... less flowy, if that makes any sense. It's going to be less... trying to think of the right words for this. It's not gonna be... Well, okay, let me go back to these ones here. It's not gonna be like these flames where, you know, they're just moving on their own accord. There we go, that's the word. They're not moving on their own accord. They're not just going with the motions. This part is more so forced movement of the fire. Forced action. Yeah, that's the best way to go about it. So, that's why instead of them just looking very flowy and smooth, they're going to be a lot more rigid. A lot more... Yeah, just a lot more rigid. That's just the best way to go about it. To a certain degree, of course. To a certain point, it's going to be very rigid, and then after a while, they're just going to slowly get back to the flow. There we go, like that. Thank you for the hydrate, the save, and the stretch there, Sherbert. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, there we go. And let's give a shout out to Sherbert, folks. If you haven't seen Sherbert, I highly recommend that you do. They do the arting. They do the video games. Very chill times over there. If you're a fan of No Man's Sky, that's a great place to go. Also, you should support that Sherbert so you can get that drive emote. Where did that drive emote come from? Your guess is as good as mine. But you should totally get that drive emote. It's a really awesome drive emote. And yeah, how things be. I hope things are well. I hope things are good. There we go. We're just going to add that. Add that really weird, slight movement of between rigid and flow. Just slowly just have it move back to the regular flowing of the flames. That is our game plan right there. While still keeping the rigidness in other parts. There we go. That should be good. That should be all set here. Let's add a little more rigidness. But let it slowly get back into the flow of things. Yeah, that should be reasonable. That should be set. Okay. Let me see. No clue where the drive emote came from. Yeah, me either. But whoever made that drive emote, yeah, whoever made that drive emote, I could definitely tell you for absolute certainty, 100%, whoever made that drive emote for Sherbert, for Blobby, for Ryuelf, and for Lampy, I could definitely tell you, they suck. If I haven't made it blatantly obvious already, it was me who made the emote. That's why I could get away saying that. Or, yeah, get away with saying that. But yeah, everyone who's requested that emote, I greatly appreciate it. Really awesome people. Okay, let me see. Doing okay. Thank you for the shout out. Yeah, no problem. And thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. And you're awesome. Never forget it. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. All right, at this point, I think it should be okay, and we could go back to adding more of a flowy motion for these flames. We're still gonna slightly give it a little bit of rigidness. Just a slight bit. Almost non-existent on the rigidness. Just to get to that last part. There we go. All right. I don't count because I'm not a streamer. You still gotta emote, regardless. You still count. Streamer or not, whoever commissioned, that's all that matters. All right, let me catch up with some things, but let's also give a shout out to Creepy Goth. Thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. How you be there, Creepy? I hope things are well. I hope things are good. I hope you're enjoying the stream. No, wait, I hope you had a good stream. That's the words I'm looking for. And everybody stopping by from Creepy Stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. Yes, the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes a live DD rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We are currently working on the fire animation for a Cam the Corgi art piece. They requested that they requested only two things. That they themselves are in the art piece and that Lampy is in there somewhere. And since Lampy was in there somewhere, and there's baking, speed running baking cookies. That's the game plan. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy today. And how was Star Wars Outlaws? How was the Star Wars game? I hope it was good. I hope you had a lot of fun. Good to see you there. Welcome back there, Mini Potatoes. Good to see you there, Clan. Good to see you there, Kurt Belt Pants. Creepy, Dark Leo. How's everybody doing? How was the game? I hope it was fun. Who gave the moth a flamethrower? You think people give me weapons? I give people weapons. Anyway. I said it before and I'll say it again. You have no idea how many people, like, if you think I'm the one, you think people are giving me weapons, you have any idea how many times people show up to me like, hey, I need a gun emote. And I'm like, I got you. Also, welcome on in there, Scott. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. But yeah, let's see. But yeah, yo, Creepy. Let's see. I had a blast. I love this game so much. Nice, nice, nice. Thank you for giving Creepy a sub or shout out there, Scott. I greatly appreciate that. Sorry, of course it happened. But yeah, I know it was a long while back since I commissioned the Burning Kitchen audio, but I can't help but wonder if I unlocked a flame arc for you. Okay, funny enough, there was always a flame arc here. It all started with this. Ever since then, there was never any thought of, okay, here's how I put it. That flamethrower has been there for a while, but I won't deny that you gave me an opportunity to really flesh out some flames. I saw the opportunity, like, you want fire in an art piece? Little did you know, that's my specialty. So yeah, perfect timing. Giving a Lampy in chat. How's everybody doing? So far, so good. I've been working on a lot of things, but at the same time, how you doing? Yo, Ellie, welcome on in. And we give a shout out to Ellie Cartoons. But yeah, things have been good. I've just been working on a lot of things. I've been working on a lot of projects. Even after I finished the big project, apparently I still got more projects to work on. But at the same time, I also missed out on a collab today because I overslept. So I feel bad about that one. But yeah, it's been a crazy one. I left the stream to join the raid for 5 seconds. You know what? That's all that needed to be done. Also, Clan, again, I thank you greatly for that opportunity to work on that project. It was amazing. That was a fun project. But I do have to raid and run. Love you, bud. Thank you for taking in my voidlings. Yeah, no problem. No worries. You go get that rest. You do what you got to do. And again, I thank you greatly for the raid, and I hope you have a good night, a good day, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, friend. Art, not audio. Ah, fair. Yeah, I looked at audio like, wait, what audio? This probably means something. It's probably like, I probably missed the context on the audio, but it'll be fine. I think I understand the situation. Okay, what if someone wants a custom specific gun? I've done that before too. One person asked for a laser gun. One person asked for a water gun. One person asked for a heavy machine gun, like a Gatling minigun, I guess it's called. That sort of stuff. It is possible. It is doable. Save, sketch, and hydrate. Ooh, yeah, you're right. Good point. Save, sketch, and hydrate. Yeah. Night, everyone. All right. You go get that rest. You go get that sleep. And welcome on in there, Ellie. How you be? I hope things are well. But yeah, folks, go check out Ellie cartoons as well. Really hilarious stuff. They're working on live 2D things as well. It's going to be amazing stuff. New clip unlocked? Nice. I got to check out that clip later. All right. Welcome, Raiders, to the Lampicle. No Lampicle. What? No. No Lampicle. Now, I have a friend where I commission audio roleplays from, and I'm used to saying audio instead of art. Ah, fair. Understandable then. That's fair, that's understandable, that's very reasonable. Yeah. And random asset? Alright, random asset. But yeah, I don't know if I said it yet, but yeah, Scott, I hope you're having a good weekend. I hope you're enjoying your day. I hope everything's going well. Let me find the random asset that we got to add to the stream. I got an idea. Because I said I was going to use this one the next time around because I hadn't been able to do so last time. So, boom, here we go. Okay, I'm going to figure this out. First, hide the bird. Get this. Get peace pipe. And, that did not land. Let's try that again. Also, ads starting in about 30 seconds. So, good luck with that, folks. All right. There we go. We got it. Then we put bird back. There we go. Wait. Oh, right. It's loading. There we go. Perfect. All right. Random asset. I hope you enjoy. Which, by the way, folks, if you like this, if you like the pipe asset, you can actually find that one. Don't see ads because I'm cool. Honestly, fair. Also, welcome on in there, potatoes. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. But yeah, folks, if you would like to get a pipe asset just like that one, like a smoking pipe, you can find that one on the Etsy page, or not the Etsy page, Coffee page, absolutely free, along with many other PNGs and even live 2D models. So if you want to go check that out, go check it out right over there. Sherper just put the link. And so, yeah, use them to your heart's content. The only rules about them is give credit where credit is due. After that, use them to your heart's content. Use them however you like. All right, with that being said, let's get back to the drawing at hand. Let's put this back to 100%. We're almost done with the, we're almost done with the yellow part of the flames. We're almost there. We're just going to add that section, add a little more over here. At that point, there we go. Now for this section, almost done with the flames. We're almost getting there, slowly but surely. Now let's just add the flame to the other parts, the other smaller flame points. Add them like so, and then we're going to catch up with some reading. Because we're almost there. We are almost there. A little more yellow over there. Boom, and we're good. Add some yellow over here. That should be all set. All right, let me catch up with things. Gotta clean, but I'll be lurking while I'm working. All right, you do your cleaning, and I hope it goes well, and I hope it's not too, I hope the cleaning ain't too much of a struggle. You got this, I believe. And I hope you enjoy the stream in the meantime. When I hear pipe, my brain auto-completes it as pipe bomb. You've been playing too much. Actually, you've been playing just enough Left 4 Dead. Because honestly, if the first thing that you think of when you hear the word pipe is pipe bomb, then that means you've been playing just enough Left 4 Dead. I don't know if you heard how my day was, but yeah. Today was no bueno. Wait, what? Really? I'm sorry to hear that. What happened? Yeah, I think I might have missed it because, yeah, a lot happened. But yeah, if it's too personal, I completely understand. You don't have to answer that question, but I'm sorry to hear that, and I hope the day gets better. And welcome on in there, IV. What are we drawing? We're drawing fire. Lots of fire. Too much fire. Actually, there's no such thing as too much fire. You know that there's too much fire when there's nothing left to burn and then the fire starts. This is how you know that there's too much fire. When it starts to fade. We use too much fire. Because if the fire starts to fade, that means there's nothing left to burn. We burnt everything else. That is when you know we may have went a little too far on the fire. That is the only time you went a little too far on the fire, when the fire cannot contain itself. And you yourself cannot contain that fire anymore. Or maintain, not contain. If you can no longer contain that fire, then we need a little more fire. But if you cannot maintain that fire, you may have used a little too much fire. Now, how do you get to the point of using too much fire? Well, there's no easy way to say it, but there's no solution to that. You just burn everything until there's nothing left to burn. And that's when you know you used too much fire. There's no such thing as being able to maintain that fire properly. For safety reasons, this is a joke. For safety reasons. Because I'll be honest, the way I'm saying it right now, it may sound a little too serious. And I'm starting to look at it and think, someone might look at this and think, are you serious? I haven't heard them laugh at it yet. Like, yeah, you know what? Just to be safe, this is a joke. Safety reasons. This is a joke. Don't actually do a lot of the things that I'm telling you to do right now because I'm being dumb right now. All right, let's see. But yeah, welcome on in, Ivy. Hope you're having, or yeah, hope things are going well. I got heat exhaustion and sunburn today. Ooh, yeesh. I'm sorry to hear that there, friend. Yeah, heat exhaustion and... Okay, one, heat exhaustion. That's a dangerous situation right there. Sunburn. That also sucks. That's gotta hurt. But I'm more so worried about that heat exhaustion. Heat exhaustion is no joke like that. You know, you don't realize that you're in trouble until, you know, your body starts to feel cold in the summer. And you can't focus very well. That's not a good sign. And you're exhausted. That's really not a good sign. All right. It was 53 this morning and got up to 59 by, or 92 by noon. Yeah, that's a jump. That's a jump in temperature right there. I never played Left 4 Dead, or okay, let's see. I never played Left 4 Dead. Grew up mostly Sony and Nintendo, as barely playing Microsoft game via PC. Oh. Then I don't know where you got Pipe Bomb from, but you need to start playing Left 4 Dead. The amount of times you hear Pipe Bomb in that game? Absolute meme. The memery of the pipe bomb is absolutely ridiculous. Alright, now that we got that, and here, there's just one more thing that we need to do. Wait, whoops, almost missed a few. We just need to clean up these last parts. Or add the yellow to these last parts, and then we're all set. Add there, and here. And here. Now one more over there. And last bit. And we are all set. We got the yellow into all of the fire spots. As a pyro, yeah, this is a joke. Yeah. Lurk, all right, you do your lurk in there, clan. And I thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. All right, Unfortunately, I need friends to play Left 4 Dead. Ah. I mean... Yeah, I suppose. I was gonna say, there is an opportunity. I mean, you can play with a bunch of, you know, a bunch of the computer characters, and then I thought about it like, I mean, it's doable. Not gonna be as fun, but it's doable. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let me get back to this. Okay, so now that we got all of this done, what we are going to do next is that we're gonna need one more shape. Actually, not even one more shape. Here's how we're gonna go about this one. We will need a new layer, but that layer is going to be contained within... Actually, no, we don't need another layer. Wait, all of that was in the fire? What happened to yellow? Where's yellow? When did I lose that layer? Alright. That's okay. We can still work with this. Here's what we're gonna do to fix all of that. Because I may have lost one of the... I may have lost something that was supposed to be very, very important to this. And I don't know where that yellow went. But that is okay. I know how to fix this. One. We're going to select that orange to make sure that we have it. We're going to then go to the color range, select all the yellow. Copy it. Paste it as a whole new thing. Overlay. And then we're going to go back to this fire. Select that orange. Paste that. So now the yellow and the orange are separate layers. That is the main thing we really needed, is that the orange and the yellow were separate layers for this entire thing. Because now what we need to do, we can actually deselect that for now. Make a new layer. Put that as a clipping mask for the yellow. Make that a lot brighter. Go for a somewhat of a cream color, almost white, with a tint of yellow in there. That is the game plan that we're aiming for. Get our brush, put it at 0% opacity again. Increase the size of this brush like nobody's business. Make sure that we're on the clipping mask layer. Because for it to be a clipping mask layer, that means it will be contained within all of the yellow part of the flame. So when we use our gradient brush, we use our clicker, and we click, it will not go beyond the yellow. It'll stay within the yellow, and that is exactly what we need. Like so. This is what we had before we added everything. This is what we have now. And if you thought, all right, it's coming along, this is coming along, I'm liking how this looks, we're not even close to finished yet. We are at the halfway point officially. Now what we need to do, go back to the orange flame, get our smudge tool. That's right. It's time to go back to our old trusty smudge. What we need to do, make sure it's at 0% sharpness. Maybe 50% strength on this one. 50% strength. And then we gotta start dragging the flames. Moving them across where they need to go. Dragging that path. Really stretching these flames out. That is our game plan. That is our goal. Stretch these flames, lose that sharp edge. Really get them to blend, really get them to warp and smooth and all that craziness. That is the goal that we're aiming for now. Make the brush a little bit smaller so we have a little more space to work with. And just drag everything across with your smudge tool. Really give it that sense of energy now. Because it's no longer a solid piece, no longer a solid image, no longer a solid shape. And that's what we got to work with everything. Just remove that solidness. That's how you get them flames to really flow. And there goes, speaking of fire, there goes them fireworks again. There we go, that should be solid. Drag this all the way up. Maybe too much. Maybe even 50 is a little too much. Let's try dragging it back down to 30. Nah, let's put it back to 50. Just make the brush a little bit smaller. There we go. That should be good. Drag that part up. That should be pretty solid. And really just blend it in. Really give it that soft edge. Give that soft shape. And we're also going to be doing that for the yellow shapes as well. The yellow shapes will also be getting the same treatment. There we go. This is one talented moth, folks. Look how he uses his art device with such skill. And he has Bob Ross energy. Lies and slander, but thank you. And I'm honored to hear that. But lies and slander. Let's really blend in those flames. Oh no, I just ramble on when it comes to arting because one, I want people to know what the steps are, and two, I don't have too many conversations to talk, or yeah, I don't have too many stories. So I'm looking at it like, you know what? What's the best thing to do when come to art? Explain what on earth I'm doing. But that's just me personally. Just blend that sucker in. Alright, and yeah, we just got to keep on going like that for a good while until we got everything blended in. Let's increase the size of the brush a little bit more. Because again, for the larger shapes, they may not take... Yeah, the larger shapes may not take the blending as strongly as the smaller shapes do. So I guess when it comes to blending, it depends on how much you have to blend. It depends on how much you have to blend when it comes to determining how large the brush has to be. The larger the shape that needs to be blended, the larger the brush. The smaller the shape, the smaller the brush. I mean, now that I say it out loud, that sounds like common sense, but I didn't consider how it sounded until I was finished with it. So that might still be one of those cases where it's like, you may not know that until it's said out loud. So, probably best to say it out loud. Alright, so this is one of those parts where, well, to a degree. Let's get our brush, let's make it a lot larger, drag it all the way across until it gets to this point. Until it gets to that point with the tiny little pointed ends right there. Since those are some tiny pointed ends, we get our brush, we make it a little smaller, drag it across. And do the exact same thing over here and over there. And there we go, all set. Drag over there, drag over there. Do the same thing there, and there, and there. And just keep going until nothing seems like it has a solid sharp edge. Because these flames, we don't want sharp edges. We want them to be strong. We want them to flow. We want them to be jagged sometimes. But we don't want them to have a sharp edge. Because that's not how energy works. Or at least not all the time. You can have sharp edge flames if you want to. But in this case, I think since flames are constantly moving, having it feel like it's standing still may not be the best of options. But who's to say? I guess I'm to say, but still. The point being is, go about it how you see fit. But for this case, the way I see fit right now is to really blend in these flames. That's why I said we're at the halfway point, because we got to do the blending on not only the orange half, but also the yellow half. And then we got to start adding some effects, because there are some effects. Drag that across, drag over here, alley-oop. Do the same thing to this point, and over here to that point. Make that point. See, that's where I was talking about before. We need to make that brush a little bit smaller. Alley-oop. Same thing with that part and that part. And this is also why I said we could get a little lazy with the flames, because those, we don't need perfect shapes. We don't need perfect edges, because those edges and shapes are going to be warped to like nobody's business anyway. If there are parts where it's not a solid, what's a good example? Let me see. Let me try to find a good example if I still have one. And then let me catch up with the reading, because I had been over-focused on this. There we go. Let me see. Do I still have one lying around here? Ah, there we go. Perfect. This part right here. You see that little opening that should have been filled in? That part, when it comes to the fire, that's not going to matter. You want to know why? Because when we do the smudging and we do the blending, it's going to go away. It's going to be long gone. Oh, you see? That part right there. You see that little part? That tiny little insignificant little speck of space? That little space between the, or within the point of the flame? I'm going to show you something. I'm going to go back to this fire. We're going to blend this entire thing in. Where's that spot? Not there anymore. That's why it doesn't matter if those little spots are there when you're working on the flames, because we're just going to be blending all of these things in anyhow. Boom. Like so. And right there. And there. All the way like that. And this is why I said we could be a little lazy about it. As if they, okay. The flame is also going to get a little lazy. Or the flames are going to put in, or the smudge is going to put in most of the work, so we don't have to. I mean, granted, we still have to do the smudging, so I guess we still had to put in that work. But you know what I mean. Don't worry about it. Let's get that little part. Drag that part. There we go. Get our smudge and continue the process all the way from point N to point B. Wait, that didn't make any sense. Don't worry about it. Thank you for the posture check. I greatly appreciate it. We don't have to do this part, mostly because it's already covered in, so we could actually leave that part alone now that I think about it. Let me just double check on our certain points. Let me just double check up here. Did we get everything? Yeah, we got everything. Well, with the exception of this. Alright, so we got everything. Now that we're all set with that, we're all done there. It's time to go to the yellow shade. We can actually hide this layer for now. We'll hide that layer for a minute. And we got to do the exact same thing here. Get our brush, make it smaller, really drag. Just drag like crazy, drag with the smudge. Also, for this part, for this section, we can actually just zigzag. Okay, let me go back for this. So for this part, since this section has a lot of, a lot of movement, a lot of jaggedness, because, the forced movement and all of that, we can actually just take our smudge tool and just zigzag it across. Just really mess it up. And this will also help blend these shapes in together a little bit more. And also give it that sense that, they're both aligned with one another. Because I'm going to show you again one more time. When we see it here, they kind of seem to be in the same direction, but they're not exactly aligned. But when we do the zigzag motion, that will actually force them to be aligned with one another. And I'll show you again right here. Oh, you know what? Yeah, this is a perfect way to show it. I'll show you again right here, because you can see this point is aimed towards the top left, where this part, not exactly aiming towards that top left direction. However, if you do this, and really just blend them in. Now they both aim in the same direction because they both got pulled in said same direction. And that's one way we could go about it. We could also just drag here. Just pull these points out. Like so. Blend these to go back into the same direction. There we go. Blend those. Blend here. And just zigzag like nobody's business. And just keep on zigzagging until you got everything absolutely, yeah, until everything seems, well, essentially blended together, smudged like crazy, and you should be good. And we only do this for the jagged ends. We only just zigzag like nobody's business for the jagged ends. Once we get to the smoother parts, we follow the same path as before. There we go. And right about here is when we get to the somewhat smoother parts, so now we just follow the path. Follow the lines that, or yeah, follow the shape. Make sure it goes exactly according to plan. And we're back to it again. There we go. I'll be honest with you there, folks. If I had the opportunity, I would just draw fire all day. I don't know what it is about drawing fire. It's just very soothing. No, this is not a moth to a flame joke. This is just a very soothing thing. Or maybe that is because of my nature. I don't know. Only time will tell. Anyway. Let's add that blending there. Let's increase the size of the brush a bit. There we go. Dang, you beat me to it with Moth to a Flame. Let's be honest. Considering the channel and considering the brand, I was already looking at like, yeah, considering the design, I was already looking at like, if I don't say it, I already know someone else is gonna bring up like Moth to a Flame. Like, I'm already looking at like, I've been here for, what? Almost 4 years? I know how this game works. Jesus, it's been 4 years. Not gonna lie, should I feel proud of that? Or should I feel ashamed? I don't know. I'll toss a coin to find out. Yeah, I'll toss a coin. Though I will say, it has been a fun run. Yeah, I really don't know what to say about that. Oh well. You know what? You know what? Now that I think about it, a little bit of both. I should find a little bit of pride in this because I've been sticking with this where some people have dropped it. And at the same time, I should feel shame about it because, what am I doing with my life? Actually, now that I think about it, what life? You know, I joke about this, but at the same time, I just keep looking at it like, I mean, to be fair, to be honest, I have more of a life sitting in front of it. Yeah, this is the part where I feel like I should feel ashamed about it, but I should also feel pride in it, because I'll be honest, I have more of a life sitting in front of this computer for the past God knows how many years than I ever did going outside and meeting people. And I don't know how to feel about that. Other than hungry, because I don't think I've eaten well enough. I only had a bowl of cereal, and apparently that wasn't enough. Alright, this part's a little more jagged, so we should just drag this entire thing across. Just zigzag. But I don't think zigzagging, like, ruthlessly this time around. I feel like we should put a little more caution when zigzagging there. So just a slight zigzag, just going with the motions, but still having the flames go in the direction that we want them to go this time around. But now that we got back to the flowy part, we follow the path of the flames. Also, now that I think about it, I've always talked about how I've, while going outside, or, living my life outside, it wasn't much of a life. I don't think I've ever really talked about what life was like on the outside. I don't think I've ever really talked about many stories from that. Although, to be fair, at the same time, I think it might be a while before I talk about any of those stories, because some of them, well, how do I put it? Those were some dark times. That's the best way for me to put it. Those were some dark times. Actually, this is one thing I can talk about, though. I'm not going to get into too many details, but you want to know what's funny? When I was younger, when I was a teen, I envied other people because, they seem to have a life. They seem to be like living the lives that, TV said that people should be living. And I thought, wow, they're going through these things. They're living these lives. They're, going to these places. What am I doing with my life? I ain't doing jack. And then there was a time where I decided, you know what? I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna go live life. I'm gonna go see things. I'm gonna meet people. I'm gonna do all of this and that, all of that sort of stuff. And yeah, I got more than I bargained for. Got more than I wished for. It was the saying of careful what you wish for, because like I said, I was envious that, these other people, they got to live the lives of, they got to live the lives that you usually see on TV. And they told me it's not as cracked up as you think it is. It's actually pretty bad. I'm like, yeah, it's better than just sitting there doing nothing, am I right? And then I lived that life. I went out there, I found it, I got the life that I was aiming for, and Jesus Christ, that sucked. I didn't understand at the time until I actually experienced it. The backstabbing, the deceit, the mental anguish, the struggles of, the struggles of, and to be fair, not everybody was a backstabber. Sometimes it was just like a rough experience. Like, they had a rough life, I had a rough life. We just didn't connect the way we thought we would have, but we tried to make it work. It just did not work. No matter how hard we tried, it did not work. And after that, I look back on those times like, yeah, you know what? I thought I knew what I wanted. That is not what I wanted. Or I got what I wanted, and it sucked. I know what I don't want now. I don't want to deal with all of that. That's why I'm sitting in front of a computer screen like, yeah, no, I'm good. Like, someone comes to me like, oh my god, did you hear it? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. You keep that with you. I don't need to know this. That's your life. Or that's your life, your problem. Or, okay, when I say your life, your problem, I mean, like, when someone tries to bring up drama that they have with somebody else, like, yeah, I'm having a problem with so-and-so because of this, and then I'm like, no. I'm sorry you have to go through that. I'm sorry that you two are not doing too well. But, no, 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 that's between you and them. It's the same thing when someone asks me, like, whenever I have a problem with someone, and I'll be honest, I do have problems with people sometimes, and they ask, like, hey, so I heard this and that is going on, like, you want to talk about it? I'm like, nah, that's between me and them. Like, so what's going on between you two? Dude, out of respect for them, out of respect for you, and out of the respect of my own privacy, that is nobody's business, and I'm not gonna talk about it. Yeah, but I just want to help fix things between you two. There is no fixing, and I think it's best that we leave it there. That's how I look at things now. Like, you want to talk about it? No. Is that a bad thing? It might be. At the same time, yeah, no, I'm still good. Okay, when I say good, I don't mean like morally good. I mean like, nah, I'm good. I'm not gonna do all that. I think the best thing, like, if anyone asks, that's the way I'm looking at it. Like, if anyone asks me what's going on between you two, that's my business and their business. Out of respect, I'm not going to talk about it. If they want to mention what's wrong, they can mention what's wrong, but that's not my place to say, even if it is my problem. That is not my place to say. All right, let me catch up with things. I mean, it is dangerous living in the city. It is very dangerous living in the city. This is why people freak out when I say I'm going for a walk at the hour that I did. Yeah, I know someone who, like, when I mentioned, like, yeah, I just came back from a walk, they're looking at me like, they live in the same area that I am. So when they heard that, yeah, I just came back from a walk, they just looked at me like, Lampy, you came back from a walk. Yep. At 11. Yep. PM. Yep. 11 PM at night. Yep. And you saw no problem with this. Yep. Moral of the story, folks, don't do what I do. Don't go for a walk at night. Don't be like me. I may be a little dumb and go for that walk, but y'all shouldn't do that. It's not a smart idea. Even if I chose to do it, it's still not a smart idea. Welcome in, Genie Problem. How you be? I hope you're having a good day, everybody. I completely get it. Thank you for your understanding. I greatly appreciate that. Yep. Late night is the best time to avoid others, Lampy. Ah, see, there you go. Spock gets it. Actually, still, don't go out for a walk at night. Every walk is a peaceful walk when you have... Oh, every walk is a peaceful walk when you have the blicky on you. Yeah, when you have a good old-fashioned shotty, just, there you go. Who's gonna mess with you now? I am? Nice, nice, nice. I'm glad to hear that you're having a good day there, buddy. You're a local cryptid cult late. Hey, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. I am willing to accept local. I'm willing to accept cryptid, but I'm not accepting cult leader. No cult. You put that away. There's no cult. Okay, there's a cult, but there's no cult leader. Wait, I missed some spots for the yellow. Hold on a minute. I know what I can do about this. I thought I got all the spots. Turns out I didn't. Alley-oop. And one more over here. And maybe a few of those. And maybe one of these. And one more here. And last bit. And here I thought I got all the spots. Bring that smudge down. Nobody messes with the local cryptid. There you go. That's more like it. All right. Let me remember. Oh. Let me remember Frank Castle had many peaceful nights casing situations. Wait, then again, maybe not. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, since when did Frank Castle ever have a peaceful night? Especially from the Netflix, or yeah, I think it was the Netflix. No, not Netflix. Yeah, I think it was Netflix. The one, the Punisher. I gotta remember that Punisher series. He was bruised up every single episode because he never got rest and was always getting hit. He was always in a fight out there. So There was never a time where, which I really did like that. I did like that feature that they added. That was a good style choice for the character. Just always constantly have him look messed up beyond belief. And that he did. He never healed. Or if he did heal, there was always a new bruise to take its place. That makes sense for the Punisher. He never got rest. He never stopped to take a minute. 'Cause he was always on the move. Always looking for someone to hunt. Alright, let's see. One true cult. No. You put that emote away. You put that emote away, Scott. Which also reminds me, thank God Scott was busy last weekend or 2 weekends ago, somewhere where that weekend where the donathon thing was going on. As actually Rio was talking about, like, could you imagine if Scott was there? Yeah, we would have gotten Lampy's birthday off the bat. And the reduction of the maid redeem. I was looking at it like, yeah, whew, dodged a bullet there. Thank you for gifting Icy a sub. I greatly appreciate it, Scott. Save your money. 440, nice, let's go. Wait, we missed 420? When did we miss 420? Also, welcome on in there, Icy. How you be? I hope you're having a good day. Hey, Lampy, I need a human skull, and I can't have you asking questions. Alright, but also if you don't ask any questions. Welcome on in, Icy. Okay, let's see. Frank Castle still goated in the latest Disney Daredevil show. Nice. I'm glad to hear it. Yo, Dearly. Holy cow. Yo, Dearly, how be the Debit Des? How did it go? I hope it was good. Let's give a shout out. Folks, go check out Dearly You. If you're a fan of some funny games, if you're a fan of funny times, that's a good place to go. If you're a fan of the ASMRs, all that sort of stuff, that's a good place to go. So go check them out. Really great people, really hilarious times, really great community. And everybody stopping by from Dearly Stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. Yes, the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today we are drawing fire. Not even joking, lots of fire. But yeah, here's the solid image while we're working on it. But yeah, also, if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. And let's greet everybody. We got a long ways of greeting to go. Good to see you there, ugly bastard. That's literally their name. I'm not insulting anybody. Good to see you there, Destroyer. Poor Fish. Is that the Pokemon? Rigby Mordecai? I get it. Collision. Killshot. Ballistic Toaster. Also, Ballistic Toaster, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Fleet. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're a Lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Welcome on in there, Dearly. Murder Raid? Murder Raid. Murder Raid, you say, huh? Alright, let's see. Let's see you try to murder now. Anyway. Okay, what did I miss? Let's scroll back down. Okay, there we go. Debit Des? Yeah, how was the Debit Des? I hope it... I mean, to be fair, I was there for a bit. That Debit Des looked really, really fun. Okay, let's see. And welcome on in there, Frostbear. How ya be? Hope things are good. It was great, silly fun times with Debit Des. Nice. I'm glad to hear. Glad to hear that it was silly. Glad to hear that it was fun. Because whenever I hear about Debit Des, it's either a fun time or someone's going into somebody's stream to start talking smack. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that it came out well. But yeah, right now, we're just using the smudge tool, getting all them flames in there, trying to smoothen everything out to the best of our ability. And I'm also trying to stay awake, because my brain can't function. So, if you like fire, if you like art, then I hope you enjoy. That's the best I can really say. Alright, let me catch up with some things. Let me see. Looks really good, Lampy. Yo, thanks there, Icy. I greatly appreciate that. Now let me see. What did I miss before the raid? There we go. Hope you're doing well, or hope you're doing good. So far, so good. Just been working like crazy. Way too much work. You know what was funny? Or, yeah, I mentioned this before. I thought after doing the model reveal and the boss fight stream for the bird up there, I thought, you know, things would slow down. Things would settle. And it turns out, oh yeah, no, there was many more projects I still needed to work on that I didn't think through. But you know what? It's better to have a bunch of projects than it is to have no, yeah. It's better to have a bunch of projects and a bunch of jobs to work on than it is to have no projects and no commissions. So, yeah, it's still a good sign nonetheless. Let's see. Nah, more support? Nah, there's no support here. There's no support here. Y'all stay where you sit. Or go where you need to go. That's all that matters. Also, Stiffy Nuts. Welcome on in. How you be? I just saw the name like, wait, did I read that right? Hold on a minute. Let me double check this. I need to do a double take on this name for a second. Because I don't want to accidentally... I need to make sure that I don't accidentally blurt the name out and then I find out, oh, I forgot I kept that one there. Anyway, so I didn't want to look at the name, just blurt it out and find out like it's Stiffy Nice or it's Stuffy Nice. Like, oh, I don't know why I thought Stiffy Nuts. But turns out, yeah, no, I double checked it. Like, yeah, that's the name. Doing pretty good. Nice. Glad to hear that you're doing pretty good. Glad to hear that you're doing well. That's always a good sign. Let's hope it stays that way. Because you know what? Life gets rough. Yeah, that's about it. Life gets rough. Alright, let's place that there. Round this out. All of this craziness. I have that effect on people, don't worry. Okay, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Wait. Yeah, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. I want to say that's good to hear. Yeah. Yeah, that's good to hear. Also, I'm glad to hear that that necromorph sound alert isn't as loud as it used to be. I said it before where it did the reverse effect. It's supposed to scare me, but it ended up scaring everybody else because on my end it was very quiet. For everyone else, it was deafening. Literally just blasting people's eardrums. Although at the same time, I'm not gonna lie, it actually sounds pretty funny. Wasn't the main intent, but that was pretty funny when it happened. People were freaking out. It got very loud. I was looking at it like, why? What happened? Looked at the sound alert like, oh. I just started cracking up. There we go. Let's blend in this stuff like crazy. Let's see. Oh my god, that's a genius way of doing flames. Yo, I'm glad to hear it. And welcome on in there, Mellomancy. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Fleet. Hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. The laugh got me. Yo, I'm glad to hear that. I just realized the expression. You know what? We're gonna stick with it. So, here's the... And I'm glad to hear that this helped in some way. And we're not even close to finished, because we still got a long ways to go with these flames. The smudge, this is only the main part. But yeah, once we finish with the smudge tool, once we start smudging in these flame shapes, my earphone's about to die. But yeah, once we finish off smudging in these flame shapes, we still got one more part to go. Thank you for dropping the fire emote. You know what's funny? That car honk, the sound alert of the necromorph, nothing. That car honk outside the window, that's the one that made me jump for a second, like, what the? But yeah, thank you for dropping the fire emote there, Destroyer. Folks, for those of you that don't know, that fire emote that Destroyer has was drawn and animated by yours truly, and I thank you again for the opportunity to work on that project for you there, Destroyer. And also, I just realized Destroyer is here. Let's give a shout out to Destroyer. They do a lot of, they play a large variety of games. Really awesome people. And really cool stuff. Very talented? Yes, Destroyer is very talented. We're talking about Destroyer, right? Alright, so let's get started on the next step. Well, not the next step. We're still doing the same step, which is just blending all of this in. Just really getting the flames moving. Give it that sense of motion. And that one is one of those situations, this part here. This is what I was mentioning before, where if it's a smaller shape, you're going to need a smaller brush, because if we use a larger shape, we're not going to get the same movement. You and Destroyer both, also very true. I can agree with that. You also drew those ones? Yeah. Destroyer commissioned us for a lot of animated emotes. It was a lot of fun projects. There were some hiccups along the way, mostly because I actually started learning a few things from working on those commissions. Like, I didn't know that there was a way to get a proper gradient on a transparent image. Like, when I say a proper gradient on a transparent GIF, I mean, like, the outer gradient part. Like, when I first saw it, apparently the gradients... How do I put it? When it comes to most GIFs, the gradients are very, very tricky to get a, you know, a glow. A proper glow on a transparent GIF. But working with a Destroyer on that project, on that commission, turns out that there is a way. I don't remember how it works anymore, but I remember to save that video for future references, so I know how it works. But yeah. That was definitely an interesting project, especially the... Although I will say, the bonk emote, that was a fun one. Luckily, not too many hiccups there, but... Yeah, not too many hiccups there. That one was a fun one. And I got to learn, or not so much learn, I got to take an opportunity to go with motion blur. Well, maybe not a motion blur. How do I put it exactly? It's not exactly motion blur, but it's basically when you take an image, or for an animated effect, you warp some of the frames. Okay, let me explain that one. So, animation. Animation is when you take a bunch of images and you slightly change each image to make it look like it's going in a specific direction. So they are slightly changed between one another, and when you flip through them all at the same time, or flip through them all in a fast enough sequence, it looks like it's actually moving. There you go. So with that being said, out of those images, I've learned that certain times to really get that fluid motion, what you gotta do is that you gotta mess up some of those images really, really badly. If you look at one frame alone is gonna look god-awful. But if you put a few really good frames next to a bunch of really warped and twisted frames between one another, and then end it with another, end each point with some really good frames, really good images, and have a majority of them just be absolutely twisted, it'll make it look like a lot of motion is going on there. So not every image, not every frame that you make when it comes to an animation has to look good. However, there will be certain points where, you know, some folks will look at that one frame and say, Jesus, the animation looks horrible. Of course the animation is going to look horrible if you look at just one frame alone. And so always remember, folks, if you ever wanted to do animations, there is a thing called warping the image a bit. Okay, maybe it's not called warping the image. I don't know the exact terminology, but basically, sometimes you can make the image look a lot better by the animation look a lot better by taking some frames and really messing them up. Give it that dynamic motion. That was such an odd bug, though. Yeah, that it definitely is. I mean, while looking into, like I said, looking into animated GIFs, apparently that's a more common thing than expected. Finding the solution was a lot harder. Okay, so now that we got all of that movement, all of that motion, let's actually drag this a little bit further out. Now that we got all of that, we got the movement and the motion for the flames that we were looking for. It took a bit of warping. We got there. You know what? Maybe we could warp this out a little bit more. Let's make the brush a little bit larger. Just really pull these parts a little bit. Really blend them just a little bit more. Because we did a lot of blending, but when you look at it from afar, that blending doesn't seem to stand out as much. We want that blending to stand out a little bit more. So how do we do that? Make our brush a little bit larger. And just start pulling certain points that seem a little too solid. Just drag them across like so. Like that point. Just that point right there, just pull it a little bit. Same thing with here. Pull it a little more. Just smudge it. That's the best way to put it. That's just the best way to say it. Just move up, move down, hold it there, move up, move down. Just keep going about it like that. Should be all good. Same thing with the orange. Let's go back over here. Let's pull. Bring it back. Pull a little bit further out there. Take that section. Just keep going until everything seems not so solid. That's the main goal, is that we're trying to make it seem not so solid. Yeah, that's the best way to put it. And that part up there seems a little too solid. So let's blend and smudge a little more. Just keep on blending, keep on smudging till things seem a little more, you know, warped, a little more soft. That should be good. Let's go back to the yellow shapes. Smudge them in a little bit. Just squiggle a little more. Squiggle there, squiggle there, squiggle here. Just take all those parts and just squiggle. And that should be good. Just squiggle like nobody's business. And now that we got all of that done, yeah, that's solid enough. Now that we got all of that set, now it's time for the next step. Time to add some sort of outer and inner effects to these pieces. Also, let's put this gradient back there. There we go. Perfect. Solid. Now, let's go to the yellow shape. We're going to go to the layer, which you cannot see from here. Let me see if I can fix that. We're going to go to that layer right over... There we go. We're going to go to this layer right over here. Layer number 6. That's where the yellow layer is. The yellow part of the flame. Go back over here, move that. Or yeah, move the entire Photoshop back to where it is. And now we're going to double click. And you're not going to be able to see it, but I'm going to show you right quick what we're working with. Let's go to tutorial for a second. Oh, wait a minute. Microphone still works here. Oh, perfect. Yeah, we're just working with this spot, and we're going to go to some of these effects. The main two effects we're going to work with is inner glow and outer glow. Now we're going to go back over here so you can actually hear the music. Because now that we got the understanding of what we're working with, let's go to the inner glow. Is what we need to do there. That's inner shadow, wrong one. Right, I also need to switch out my earphones before they die. So, what we need to do for the inner glow. Let's also hide this for a second, so I can show what we're working with. And let's zoom in on the yellow for this as well. So, inner glow. What we need to do for this is just essentially add a slightly more orange tint to it. This will give it that sense of, yeah, it'll basically give it that sense of glow going on. So let's increase the size. Obviously, you'll just see a bunch of white around it for now, but we actually want to make the edges of this yellow darker. So instead of screen, we're going to go back to normal, and instead of white, we're going to go with orange, but slightly darker orange. Too dark. That should be good right there. Then we go to the outer glow. Do the exact same thing. Normal. More of a red. Too much red. Bring that back down a little bit. There we go. That should be good. Increase the size of that outer glow. Go back to the inner glow. Make that slightly brighter. That's a little too dark. There we go. That should be good. All right. Now that we're all set, let's zoom out. Let's see the effects. Now that we got that going on, I could see that the inner glow needs to be a little more... We got to add a little more gradient to the inner glow. So... Also, let's make it a bit brighter. That should be good. And also, let's increase the size. There we go. Let's make it a little bit softer. Something along those lines. There we go. We're also going to need to take these two parts and increase the size a little bit more to lose those edges. There we go. That should be solid enough. Also, ads start in a minute. Actually, you know what? We're not going to add the effects on the yellow section. We're actually going to take the effects on that one and leave them out. We're going to throw those away. We're going to leave it as is. This part here should just be fine. It's actually the other section of the flames, the orange part, that we need to add the glowy effect. So, outer glow. Increase that glow like crazy. But also put that to normal. Definitely make this a rather strong red. Almost orange. There we go, that should be good. Make it slightly more orange. Right there should be good. Now we go to the inner glow and do the exact same thing. Let's also see if we could save that color. And we can't really save that color, but that'll be okay. Inner glow, do the exact same effect. Normal, 100%. Change the color to this orange. That is not orange. Okay, so we cannot get orange there. Gotcha. Now we just keep on warping these shapes until we get exactly what we're looking for. That is the inner glow, right? That should be working. And we'll figure it out along the way. Okay, I'm back with food. Nice, nice, nice. What kind of food you get there, Icy? Okay, so there's the red for now. I'm going to keep it that way so I can see where everything lands. So we're going to increase the size. We're going to increase the range to make it a lot softer. And that part should be good. Then we just go back to this part, make it slightly more orange. And then go back to the regular orange. Make that one a little more. Go back to the flames. Okay, that should be good. Yeah, there we go, and we're all set. We got the flames done, we got the fire set, and we also gave it that brighter gradient within the yellow to make sure that, you know, it gives it that sense of, how do I put it? I don't know the sense of gradient that I'm looking for, but yeah, there we go. We're all set. We got it done. Yo, Panda, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Panda. Folks, if you haven't checked out Panda, I highly recommend that you do. They play a good variety of games. They play party games like like Repo. They play party games like Repo and what were the other party games? I think there was a time when they were playing Lethal. They also play some spooky games. Those are some of the most hilarious ones. I highly recommend checking them out when they play the spooky games. Really awesome stuff. And we're going to be working on an animation for them. We got to animate a dancing panda. It's going to be a fun project. But yeah, go check out Panda when you get the chance. And how was the stream? How did it go? How was Repo? And everybody stopping by from Panda's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. Yes, the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We just finished off the fire on this Cam the Corgi project. What we need to do now is work on the flying cookie dough. Why? Because there's cooking, there is baking, there is fire, and they are kind of speed running baking cookies. I guess that's the best way to put it. Also, if you got to take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. It was fun. Nice. Glad to hear it. Also, welcome on in there as I thought. Hope things are going well. Steak sandwich with homemade fries and mac and cheese. Ah, that sounds really good. Now I want food. You know what? It's 9 o'clock. This is a good time to call it. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to call it yet. I'm probably going to call it around 10 and then I'll go get food. Maybe I'll call it around 10. I don't know. All right, so now that we got that next step, now that we got all that done, it's time to work on cookie dough. And then add the lighting to all of that cookie dough. We also need to give Lampy eyes. But yeah, next step. New layer. Right above the base of the cookie dough right there. We also need to add chocolate chips. So let's go back to the cookie dough over here and just start adding those chocolate chips. So let's get a chocolate color. Let's get a chocolate tone. That's chocolatey, right? Maybe? Let's find out. We're about to find out. Yeah, that's chocolatey tone. Okay, I found it. Alright, let's see. Earlier today, I made bacon-wrapped hot dogs with caramelized onions. Ooh, that sounds good. And you know now you know that's a safe one because that wasn't a street hot dog. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's some good street hot dogs out there, but I never trust a street hot dog. Not once whatsoever. Like, I hear street hot dog, I'm like, nah. Welcome on in there, Mr. Bean. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's give a shout out to Mr. Bean. How was the streaming? How was the things? How was AFK Journey? Street taco? Maybe. I don't know. Any street food, I don't trust the street food. I can never work with it. I can never trust it. I would still get a street hot dog, and I'm wishing you the best of luck, because I wouldn't trust it to save my life. The word hot dog triggers me now. Is it because of the Mountain Dew hot dog? Drawing fire again? Indeed, we are drawing fire again. And everybody stopping by from Mr. Bean's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. Guess the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes I like to do rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams we're working on a Cam the Corgi project. We just finished off the fire. I hope you all have a good day, and I hope you all... If you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. You never feel bad about raiding or running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. There we go. FK Journey was good. What if it was... I don't know if I can finish that sentence. But, look, I live in California. I don't trust a street hot dog to save my life. I don't care who's making the hot dog. I ain't trusting the street hot dog or street taco. Oh, so it was because of the Mountain Dew hot dog. You know what? That's honestly fair. For those of you that don't know, apparently Mountain Dew did a promotional where they made They basically they collabed with I believe the company that makes Mountain Dew collabed with Oscar Mayer to make Mountain Dew, I kid you not, Mountain Dew flavored hot dogs. They look just as unusual as you would expect. Not only did they make Mountain Dew hot dogs, but they made multiple flavors. They made Baja Blast hot dog, regular Mountain Dew hot dog, Code Red hot dog. I'm not even joking. A friend showed me the images of these hot dogs. And now they haunt me by saying they're going to get a model from me one of those days. So, if you ever see a Mountain Dew hot dog model, take a wild guess who may or may not have made it at that time. Somebody send help. No, seriously, somebody send help. Anyway. California, that's cringe? Yeah. Shut up, Rio. You live here too. Wait. I wasn't supposed to say that. Don't worry, nobody heard that. Anyway, well, I'm going. Good night. All right there, Mr. Bean. Thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, friend. And that will be the hit post on Twitter. Oh my god. If I shudder to think, like, if I end up becoming like, okay, if I end up hitting it big on socials because of a Mountain Dew hot dog model, I won't know how to feel about it. Out of all the things that I'm making, it's the hot dog model that, you know, goes trending. I'm gonna sit there, I'm gonna question all of my life choices and wonder if I made the right ones to lead me to the point where the Mountain Dew hot dog model is the one that trends. It do be like that, though. It do be like that, unfortunately. Sometimes it actually do be like that. Kramer doxed me suing for reparations unless I get this as payment for free. No. You're not getting that. Okay, back to the drawing at hand. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna add some chocolate chips. Add these little shapes in there. Add these little squares. We're also going to mess up a little bit of the shapes because there is dough in there, so the dough is going to be squishy. So that's the best way we could go about it. All right. Hot dogs are already infamous. Remember, they did a movie. Oh god, I forgot about that movie. I want to forget that movie. I want to forget that Sausage Party was a movie. Like, millions of dollars, hours upon hours of time working with design. Yeah, someone had to design those characters. Someone had to render those characters, and then they had to animate those characters. All for a... How long was that movie? Let's say 90 minutes. All for a 90-minute sex joke. That's entirely what the Sausage Party was. Millions of dollars just for a 90-minute sex joke. That's what I'm looking at. Like, can't we forget that that movie existed? Okay, actually, no. We can't forget movies like that existed because, honestly, from what I remember in life, it's this. Never forget the atrocities that have happened in the world. Because history will repeat if you forget. They also have a TV series in Amazon Prime. Jesus Christ. It's one of the few animations that made spawn effects look good. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. They made a follow-up. They made a follow-up. So more money was thrown into that joke? Okay, I take it back. Maybe we should forget. Maybe we should forget. Maybe that line about never forget the atrocities. Maybe this is the exception. Let's forget that this movie ever happened. Let's just think about cookies. That's what I'm gonna do. I'll stick with Stranger Things. That's a smart move. That's a very smart move. Stick with Stranger Things. How did we get to talking about... Oh yeah, Mountain Dew hot dog. That's how we got to talking about that movie. See, this is how you know Mountain Dew hot dog was a mistake. Mountain Dew hot dog was most definitely a mistake if it resurfaced a movie like Sausage Party. So anyway, going back to something else. Let me think. What else could I be thinking about other than that? I'll look back at the... Let me look at the topics category over here. Because I actually started taking time to write down things that I forgot that I should have been talking about that I never did. But whenever it comes to mind, I'm like, let me write that down so I remember. Let's go with that one. Let's put this one on the check mark. So, I forgot to mention that I actually did some real life stuff once. Recently too, as a matter of fact. I had to what's it called? Work on a social obligation. Or I had to do a social obligation. I had to go with my brothers to an event because they wanted to one of my brothers decided to give me a, how do I call it? Let's call it a late Christmas present. And that late Christmas present was getting me tickets for a concert. And that concert was, I don't know if y'all ever heard of it. It's a small band. You may not have, this one may have went under the radar. I don't know if you ever heard of this band called Disturbed. Apparently they were live in April. I got to go see them. It was pretty cool. Unfortunately, there were people that were okay, when I say loud, I mean they weren't even like paying attention to the concert. They were just having their own conversation. The part that was annoying was that since the music was loud, I couldn't tell them to shut up because they couldn't hear me, but I could hear their sorry drunk butts just having a whole conversation about something else. Luckily, there were more spaces, so when I failed to yell at them, I just moved. I found another spot to sit. So yeah, there you go. But yeah, along with that, going back to the main point, they played their first album. That was really cool. They got to play some of their other songs. I was glad that they played other songs than just their first album. Don't get me wrong, I like their first album. I don't remember the name of it, but I think it was Down with the Sickness. I think that was the name of their album. No. I'm pretty sure it had a different name for that album. Either way, first album, the one with Down with the Sickness and Stupefy and all of that. They played that first album. Really, really cool. Really, really awesome. Really great effects on the stage. Although, there was one thing that I did find funny. Okay, I'll get to that one soon enough. But anyway, really funny stuff. Or really awesome stuff. Really cool thing. Then they played some other songs from their more recent albums. Some of them from the other classics. They played a lot of songs after playing their first album, they played a lot of other songs that they had over the years. And then they brought up a bunch of firefighters. Because, big fire that happened this year in California. They brought up some firefighters telling them these guys, they're the real heroes. They're the ones putting their lives on the line, trying to make sure that, those flames are put out. they're going through the dangerous stuff, and yes, they're very true on that. They're very right on that. And then you want to know what they sang right after that? Let me go find the song. Yeah, I believe it was this one. As soon as they talked about the firefighters and they talked about the tragedy, or, the catastrophe that happened in California, how an entire, city neighborhood was lost to the flames, like a whole housing part of the city was lost to the flames. After talking about all of that, they sang Inside the Fire. I looked at that part like, okay, not gonna lie. I don't know, a little tone deaf. I'm still vibing with the music. I think this is funny though, but I don't know, like, are you sure that's the song you want to finish this? You want to finish it off with after you mentioned the firefighters and brought them up on stage, and you want to start singing a song about, flames all over the place? I mean, I guess, you know what, you do you. You do you. And I thought it was even funnier because most places around here, once the concerts are done, once the concerts are over, or whatever show it is, for some reason, a lot of these places usually have Ring of Fire from Johnny Cash playing at the end. Not the actual, not an actual live performance, obviously, but, the song Ring of Fire is usually playing at the end of it all. So I thought that was even more hilarious. That wasn't even a Disturbed thing. That was just the venue thing. And I just looked at it like, I don't know about this one. I don't know. I just thought that part was very comical. Oh, and one part. I will say this. One last part that really caught my attention was nearing the end, when they started playing some of their older songs, there was this giant balloon of, I think it's called The Guy. Like, literally, I think it's just called The Guy. It's basically their mascot of their band. They had like a giant, like 2-story tall figure, or yeah, like 2-story tall image of that their mascot in the background behind the stage. And I thought, wow, that is pretty cool. Wow, holograms are really getting more and more advanced as years go by. And then when the lights went down, I started to realize, oh, that's not a hologram. That's just a really, really detailed balloon. That is very impressive. I mean, don't get me wrong, a giant hologram would have been impressive too, but the detail on that balloon is what really caught my attention, because I thought, that's pretty cool. Wait, you mean that's a physical thing? That's a balloon? They didn't make a balloon look that good. Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, overall, it was a pretty good day. There we go. All right, let's try to catch up some reading. I'm sorry? Yeah, I got to see Disturbed. It was a fun time. And definitely a lot better than it was definitely a better experience than the Rammstein experience. Now, don't get me wrong. There was nothing wrong with the concert at Rammstein. Like, the performance was good. They did a top-notch job. It was just that the venue... I mentioned this before. That venue, I couldn't look down because it was way too high. And I just started getting that anxiety. And if I looked up, all I would see was nothing but sky. And that didn't make things feel any better, so I legit had to leave that concert. But it sucked, because Rammstein. How was it? It was pretty good. Nice? Yeah, it was pretty cool. But hey, happy you got to go? Yeah, that was pretty awesome. I frequently have music that drowns out the Oh, let's see. I frequently have music that drowns out the electronics in my house on maximum volume unless I am listening to it with earbuds under David Clark Aviation Industry Rated Hearing Production. I understand loud. Yeah, that's the problem. That was so sweet at the... Yeah, they, I wasn't expecting them to start playing Fire. Okay, well, inside the fire is a daily risk for firefighters in California. You're not wrong on that. You're not wrong. There's a joke about California being perpetually on fire after all. But yeesh, this last year, this one took the cake. Like, I was legit prepared to evacuate. That's how bad it was. Like, normally when fires go by, it's like, it happens. This one, we got warnings to say, ready yourself, just in case. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And I don't mean okay as in a disregarding term. I'm like, okay, I am ready. When the time rolls around, I'm gonna pack up. And we did get a slight scare on that one, where I got the warning, I got the signal that it was time to pack up, and while I was packing up, I find out, oh yeah, no, they sent it to the wrong place. Like, oh. Oh, thank God. It was for somewhere else. Oh, dang. Sucks for that somewhere else, though. But yeah. I was just glad that it wasn't for me. But yeah, that still sucks, because... Imagine having a house out there and then it's just gone. I mean, to be fair, I've heard of a story like that before where someone, they finally made it. They finally got that house they were looking for out in the hills. Took them a long time, took them a lot of hard work, but they finally managed to set themselves up. That was going to be the place that they were going to live for the rest of their days. And literally that same year, fire. Not this fire, but another fire. And it's like... That sucks so much. That's one of the most unfortunate things I've ever heard. Okay, let's see. Dude, the smokes were horrendous during the fires. They were. Again, the first time I heard about all of this, the first time I found out about all of this, all I smelled was smoke, and I thought, oh, it's somewhere nearby. Someplace around the area is on fire. I didn't know that it was several miles away. I didn't know it was an entire section of on the other side of the city. When I found that out, like, oh, that's really not good. Like, apparently my brothers were... Okay, well, I can't say too much. I'm gonna leave that part alone. I was about to delve too much information. But yeah, that was one heck of an experience right there. That was one heck of a situation. And that's still an understatement. That was, yeah. And you wake up in the morning and the skies are orange. That definitely gave a bad vibe. That definitely gave a bad sign. Like, yeah, this is, feels like the end times right now. That was wild. All right, let me see. I got smoke 1/4 of the state. Oh, I got smoke from 1/4 of the state funneled to Reno by Sahara Nevada Range. AFK restroom. Wait, what's an AFK restroom? All right, there we go. Almost finished with these chocolate chips. We should be all set. Now, I know they're weird squares, but I'll be honest, whenever I see chocolate chips, they're usually a little weird squares, but that's also because I'm usually just eating chocolate chip mint. And I don't care what anyone says, mint is good. You can fight me on that one. Actually, if you don't like mint, hand me your mint ice cream. That's usually how I look at it. Like, if someone's like, I don't like mint ice cream. You have mint ice cream on you? No? Dang. Let me know when you get mint ice cream. I'll take that one off your hand so you don't have to deal with it. That's the way I look at it. Like, I ain't gonna argue with them on that. That just means more chocolate mint ice cream for me when I get it. And I don't know why, but for some reason, that just made me start thinking about Wingstop. I want Wingstop. I haven't had that in ages. I also still need to get that freaking Choco Taco from that one place. I was telling my brother about that Choco Taco. And he had the same thought that I did when I first heard about this Choco Taco. Like, you know, sometimes bigger doesn't mean better. Sometimes putting too much ice cream could be a problem. I haven't tried it out yet, so I can't really determine, but I definitely want to try it out. But I know some folks that have tried it. They told me it was pretty good. So now I need to test that out myself. I'm gonna try that Choco Taco. Still not a fan of how this shape came out. Let's fix that. Let's also catch up with the reading again. Oh, AFK restroom. They're away from the keyboard, go into the restroom. Ah, gotcha. Too much information. Alright, let's see. I still remember what State Farm did after the fires in Cali. Actually, if I'm correct, that was before the fires. They were like, yeah, we're not going to give help. Yeah, if I'm correct, it was before the fires. I could be wrong. I just remember that they were like, yeah, we can't insure all of these houses. And yeah, that's pretty messed up. All right, we got the chocolate chips in there. So now what we need to do, go back to the other layer. Let's erase a couple of times. Let's also save. Not gonna lie, I really like how these fires came out. Okay, let me, actually, yeah, no, I'm not gonna rephrase that, but you know what I mean. Out of context, despite the fact that we were talking about that entire thing, I'm looking back over here. Yeah, this fires came out pretty well. You know what? I can't judge Disturbed no more after talking about those fires, and then I look back over here like, yeah, that's pretty good. Like a good neighbor, not my problem piece. Yeah, basically. That's basically what State Farm did. All right, let me see. So now what we need to do is get this, get a darker tone of the cookie dough, get the brush, increase the size of said brush. Right here is a good size. Put that brush to 30% opacity and 0% sharpness. And now let's get cooking or something. And don't worry about it. Oh, wrong shade. No wonder. Switch that out. We're just going to blend all of this in. Let's go over it multiple times. Give it that shadow. And it may look pretty messed up right now, but that is okay. Just going to get our smudge tool and blend this all in once we get there. And that should be okay. Now for the next side. Add a little bit of that shadow over here. Like so. And a little more there. And we just keep adding the shadow to the right side of the... especially the right side of the outer layer of the cookie dough. The forefront of the cookie dough, we add the shadows to most of it while keeping a little bit of that light on the left side. Should be good there. Get that chocolate chip. Just to add a little more shadow to everything. Make it slightly darker. And now that we got all of that, let's get our trusty smudge tool. Increase the size a little bit. Blend that in a little bit more. Zigzag like nobody's business. Just to blend in those smudge spots. But since this is a rather large image, the smudge tool is going to be a little tricky to work with. And it will take a bit of time. As you can see. Well, actually you can't see it on your end, but it usually has a loading screen once we've... Oh, actually, yeah, you can see it on the screen. There you go. Yeah, you can see it while it's smudging, that there's going to be a little loading screen right there. Alright, let's see. Among a tie for the worst losses in those fires, Roy Rogers' place was completely lost. Who's Roy Rogers? Who the hell is Steve Jobs? But still, regardless, that is still a messed up situation right there. Like, that sucks. Like, I don't know who Roy Rogers is, but the fact that they lost their house, that is still a big loss. As I myself unfortunately know a thing or two about losing houses. I didn't lose it to a fire. I just lost it to greedy relatives. So yeah, losing a house, I unfortunately know that feeling. That's why whenever I hear about people losing their houses, I'm like, dang, that sucks. Like, that's one of the worst things. Oh, let's see. Roy Rogers' place was registered as a historic landmark. Who's Roy Rogers? I don't know who Roy Rogers is. I need more information on that. If there's one thing I could say, it's this. I don't know people. I don't know celebrities. Or big names. If there's a big name or a historical name or something like that, I'm just looking at it like, I don't know who that is. Someone needs to elaborate. Copy-paste AI summary. Roy Rogers is born Leonard Franklin style, was a prominent American cowboy actor. That's all I needed to hear. Cowboy actor. Gotcha. So he's like Clint Eastwood. That's the only thing I could guess. Or that's the only cowboy actor name I could think of. Clint Eastwood grew up admiring Roy. Okay, now that's a big name. When Clint Eastwood, the guy who inspired Jotaro from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, or, you know, inspired the creation of the character Jotaro from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, looks up to you, that's when you know that's a big name. So yeah, now that I heard all of this, yeah, Roy Rogers is a pretty big name. If Clint Eastwood is looking at this and saying, yeah, that guy. I will say, not every tool, there is no such thing as a perfect tool. And unfortunately, this is one of those moments where the smudge tool is showing why it's not a perfect tool. I like the smudge tool. I live by it. But you still have moments where if the image is too large, and you have to really add in a lot of that blending, it will show signs of... It will have signs of struggle. Will it still work? Absolutely, but it will have signs of struggle. What's that? Yo! BLT. Wait, it's BLT, right? Yeah, BLT. Thank you for the raid. I keep looking at the name as like, okay, it's either BLT or BLT. And I'm assuming BLT, but that may also be because I'm hungry. But yeah, let's give a shout out to BLT. What were you up to? What were you doing? Hope things were going well. And folks, go check out BLT. They do a lot of arting. They do a lot of streaming. Really awesome stuff. Really chill times over there too. And everybody stopping by from BLT stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. Yes, the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Today, we're currently working on a Cam the Corgi image. We just finished off the fire. We are now currently working on the cookie dough. All of that good stuff. For a moth with a freaking pipe. Absolutely. And a gun. Love this thing. And, okay, let me see how to pronounce this name. Swerve the Car. That's an amazing name. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Fleet. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're Lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Also, everybody stopping by from the raid. If you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding or running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Also, BLT. BLT. What were you working on? What were you drawing? I hope it was good. I hope you had fun. And if you gotta take care of things, well, I already said that part. Okay, let me see. Oh, that's how you pronounce it. BLT is technically how it's said, but everyone and their dog calls me BLT. And has for like 3 to 4 years. Oh. Okay, yeah, not gonna lie, every time I see the name, like, I'm torn between saying BLT and BLT. So I wasn't entirely sure. But I saw the BLT raid, and so I assumed, like, okay, so it's BLT, got it. I was doing live 2D rigging stream. Right, I forgot, folks, they also do live 2D rigging. So if you want to see live 2D rigging stuff, that's another good place to go. Go check them out. Really awesome stuff. I was doing live 2D rigging stream myself, but I was doing it for 7 hours, and so I am gonna be lazy. You know what? That's honestly fair. Working on something for 7 hours, you need time to... You need to give an opportunity to yourself for, you know, just doing nothing. Ain't no shame in doing nothing sometimes. Like, the world says that, you know, you have to be on that grind. You have to be on that, you have to be constantly moving, constantly working, or else your life means nothing. And that is not entirely true, because sometimes you just need to sit back and stare at the ceiling and just not think. Just exist sometimes. Sometimes you just need to just sit there. And that's perfectly fine. So long as your entire life is not just sitting there. So long as you do things from time to time, work on some stuff, work on some projects, work on whatever it is that you need to work on. Sometimes work on what you want to work on. And then sit there and stare at the ceiling for the next 3 days. And then you come back and then you get back to doing what you do. Sometimes you just need that time to just sit there and stare at the ceiling for 3 days. All right, let me see. Bro, and a gun? Love it. Yeah, you thought the gun was cool. You should see the mech. That's right, folks, there is a mech. But yeah, also, let's do some greetings. Let's do some greetings and stuff. Good to see you there, Lost Me Biscuit. BLT. Swerve the Car. Razzle Dazzle. Getting the robot? All right, we're actually going to show you folks the robot right quick. Hold on a minute. Button. Which one of these buttons? No? There we go, button. So yeah, folks, check it out, robot. And if you thought it just stopped with just robot, let me show you something. Because this robot's got a lot of features. Obviously, you could clearly see the guns. Bang, 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 and all of that stuff. It's also got the solar panel wings. It's also got this feature where it's got the tires, it's got the moving tires and all of that, but it can also switch out to fly mode. Check it out. Thrusters, all of that stuff. Crazy nonsense. And More importantly, check it out. Flamethrower like nobody's business. This is my favorite feature on the robot. Drawn and rigged by yours truly, and let me tell you, this was the toughest part. This was the most painful part to do, but it was well worth it. I have no other reason to show off the fire than just to show it off. And last but not least, flash warning. And so yeah, there you go. I hope you enjoy. And yeah, we're gonna switch the bugs back out, put them back to regular Lampy, and there we go. We're all set. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the robot. Oh wait, I was supposed to stick with robot. Hold on a minute. That's not the robot. There we go. Boom. There we go. And we're all set. I hope you enjoyed. Amazing art and rigging. Yo, thank you. I greatly appreciate that. But yeah, folks, go check out BLT. They make amazing stuff. They make amazing work. Okay, I think beauty, but put an awkward L in there. I had a feeling it was that because I saw the B, the E, and the A, and I thought, okay, so it's supposed to be beauty in some way, shape, or form. Beauty. I think. That's what my idea was. Okay, I thought view, like some Southerners call... Oh, okay. That's also true? Ah, fair. Robot? Holy heck, double whammy? I know, right? I've honestly put in too much work in this robot, but it was definitely well worth it. This project, or the project of the robot, took took basically a whole year. Not even just the rigging. The rigging took half a month. Or half a year. Yeah, the rigging took about half a year, and then other parts of the project took the rest of the year. That's so epic. Thank you. I'm glad that you like it. I chimed in and got blasted. It showed up just in time. They just opened up the stream like, I wonder what Lampy's doing. So anyway, I started blasting. Welcome on in there, Hook. How you be? Let's give a shout out to Hook. Ryu's right. We should give a shout out to Hook. Let's drop that right over there. There you go. Go check out Hook. Please, more shout outs if you insist. There we go. Yeah, more shout outs. There you go. All right, let's get back to the drawing at hand. And I'm not gonna lie, I think the cookie dough blending or rendering is coming along pretty well. It's coming along pretty smoothly. This part, we might need to do something about the color tones a little bit more, but yeah, I want to say it's coming along pretty well. Let's zigzag a lot like crazy a little here. Okay, I don't know why I said zigzag a lot like crazy a little. That didn't make any sense. Like, at all, whatsoever. You know what? Don't worry about it. Thanks? Yeah, no problem. Alright, let me see. We just gotta wait for that to blend in a little more. Squiggle this. Really blend in that spot. Wait for that to load. In the meantime, I'm totally going to drink water. Dang, it's been too long. The soda got flat. I mean, the water got flat. Yeah. Don't you hate it when your water goes flat? I know I do. Yep. Totally the water. But anyway, how was everybody's weekend? Hope y'all had a lot of fun. Also, I also gotta check out BLT's stream because I want to see what sort of live TD project they're working on. Because honestly, I've seen a lot of over the time I've seen a lot of people doing live TD projects, and they always have a different method on how they do things. I mean, granted, actually, yeah, they all have a lot of different ways of how they go about their live TD, and I always like to see how it goes. I always like to see how they set their stuff up. Because there are some parts where I've learned things from their life. Yeah, honestly, there's a lot of times where I see something that they do and I realize, oh, I could be doing something like that. I am now inspired to take that method. See if I could implement it into my own work. And then there's those occasions where it's like, holy cow, that is a lot of work. That is impressive. That is amazing. I am not doing that. And don't get me wrong, like I said, it's still amazing work. It's just like there's just certain points where, have you ever, okay, for anyone who is here that has ever done live 2D rigging or has dabbled in it, have you, or actually, you know what? Not even live 2D rigging. Anyone who's ever, worked on projects of their own and they seen other people work on projects, have you ever seen something where somebody, have you ever seen a situation where you like somebody's work, but you yourself would never want to do that to yourself? And if so, without naming names, obviously, without naming names, what sort of projects have you seen and what sort of experience have you had where you just thought, holy cow, wow, but also no, no, I'm not. Yeah, you know what? That's impressive. I commend you for that. I'm never doing that. Too much work. I dab. Does that count? I guess close enough. Does 3D rigging count? Yes. I would say that also counts. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, have you ever seen anyone do some 3D rigging? Like I said, it doesn't even have to be rigging. It could just be whatever craft you're in. Have you ever, dabbled in a craft or a hobby or a passion and you've seen someone else who's doing that similar passion and you're like, that is cool, that is awesome? No. No. Okay. Let me see. Also, I leave all my VODs up if you want to share, or if you want to stare at my process. It is all there for the next 30-ish days. Ooh. All right, nice. I'm going to need to remember this, so I'm going to need to click on that name. And so now I have that there for later. Perfect. And I will check that out once I'm done, because I want to see this live 2D rigging stuff. I always like looking at live 2D rigging. Half the time I don't know. You know what's funny? For someone who has drawn and rigged their own models and done some absolutely absurd stuff, I look at live 2D rigging, I hear them, I see them, it's really awesome. I don't know what's being said. I don't know what's going on. I can tell what's going on, I just don't know what's being said. Like, I hear it, like, I have no idea what you just said, but this looks amazing. I don't know how I got this far and not understand any of these words. Too many times. I watched a time lapse of... Okay, let's see. In-betweening... Oh, gotcha. In-betweening animations by hand. Big things... Or yeah, big thing. And I don't want to do myself. Honestly, fair. Then yes. All right. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so it's not just me sitting there thinking like, yeah. No. But yeah. I'm glad I'm not the only one, because I'm not gonna lie, I looked at that like, is that just me? I don't know. Anyway, let's add the colorizing in here. We're gonna go to... Actually, let me try something right quick. And that part smoothens it out. Okay. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna blend this part in again a little more. Oh, right, I gotta remove the transparency lock. So remove the transparency lock, blend this in a little more. Because this is the only spot that I feel like needs a little more blending. Once we blend that spot in a little more, get that whole point in there. Why is that sword still there? Hold on a minute. Let's... While we wait for that, let's go over here, remove that sword. Boom, there we go. And sword gone. I don't even know why that sword animation was there in the first place. I may have accidentally pushed a button. Anyway, while we wait for that, let's go back to Photoshop. Once Photoshop is done blending everything in, it should be back on the screen. There we go, it's back on the screen now. Oh, no, it's not back yet. Well, it's back, but I still need to wait for it to load Wait for the blending to finish. While we wait on that, let me see. What could I talk about next? Not gonna lie, the only thing that's on my mind right now is I really want to play Elden Ring. What the? Okay, it's back. I guess the blending finished. That's why it disappeared. Okay, that's good. That's good. Thank God. I thought it broke on me. I was thinking to myself, when was the last time I saved? Jesus Christ, when was the last time I saved? But it didn't crash, so that's a good sign. It's almost 10? Oh yeah, you're right, it is almost 10. I should be calling it soon. You heard of the movie in theaters called Sinners? I have not heard of the movie. Maybe I heard of the movie? I think I've heard of it at least once. Outside of that, not too much. What is the movie Sinners? Also, in between animations by hand? That's actually very, very impressive. And I agree with you on that one there, Spock. If I saw that, I would be very impressed. I would also be thinking to myself, absolutely not. I'm not doing that. Okay, so now that we got all of this done, here's what we're going to do next. We're going to get our brush. Get that brush, increase the size significantly, put the sharpness to 0. And just start clicking. Right, bring the brush strength to 100. Zoom out a bit. Get our old mouse clicker. Gun. Thank you for redeeming gun. Bang, bang, bang. And welcome on in there, corgis. How you be? Hope things are well. Hope things are good. Let's give a shout out to Mio corgis. Not the corgi we're drawing, but they are a corgi. Well, they're not a corgi, but they have the name corgi in them. So go check out Mio corgis. They play the Stardew Valleys. They do the Artons. Really fun stuff. Basically rural South, where they fend off against vampires. I'm interested. This already sounds like an intriguing movie. You know what? I don't know why, but I can already... You know what? I don't know why, but the moment you said it was the rural South defending against vampires, the first thing that came to mind was, I swear to God, if one of them does not say, come out here, you blood-sucking yellow belly, I'm gonna be upset. I'm gonna be disappointed that they didn't put something along those lines in that sort of movie. I don't know how to finish the adjectives that you toss in there, but I'm pretty sure actually, what on earth would you call a vampire out in the South? Other than a yellow belly blood-sucking night walker. There we go. Yellow belly blood-sucking night walker. If they don't call them one of those things, or something along those lines, I'm gonna be disappointed in that movie. 0 out of 10 if they don't say that. I don't care how good of a concept, I don't care how good of a story, I don't care how good of a characters they have in that movie. If they ain't calling them something along those lines, I'll be upset. I'm not going to be mad and start throwing a fit, but I will look at it and think, come on, golden opportunity. Okay, thank you for the shout out. Yeah, no problem. Actually, I did rebrand my tuber. Wait, so are you a corgi now? It has that kind of mannerism, so definitely is what you had in mind. Now we're talking. I need to see this movie. I need to see Sinners. Because it sounds like a funny movie now. Alright, so we're going to hide the shadows now that we got all of that done. And we're going to get our lasso tool. Color range. Select all the cookie dough. Or select all the chocolate chips. Go back to the shadows over here. And then we're going to delete everything there so we can just see the chocolate chip. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Kind of. Anyway. Next part. What we need to do. Get the shade of the chocolate. Bring it a little bit higher. Make a new layer. You know what? Maybe a little too much on that. Let's go back. let's go back over here. Let's add a little bit of feathering. Feather by 1. Right, I forgot. Whenever I push 1, the bird flies away. Okay, let me I'll just take care of that first. That didn't help. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Let's go back. Select, modify, expand by also 1. Yo, welcome on in there, Bricer dude. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Then we delete. Oh, expanding went in the wrong direction. What we need is select, modify, contract. Make it smaller by 1. Then we delete. Then it should be... Yep, there we go. That's what we were looking for. All right, there we go. We're all set. Let me catch up with some things. All right, I still haven't seen it, but it is in my eventual watch list. Wait, the movie's already out? I thought they were working on it. I was having trouble with what I was before. Oh, I was having trouble with what I was before. A friend recommended me to be a canine, so I'm a hellhound now since around March. Oh, I didn't know that. Yo, congrats. Also, ad start in a minute. I have caffeine. That's a good sign. Is she good? I don't know, maybe. Maybe. Oh, there they go again. Anyway, yeah, it should be fine. Welcome on in there, Blobby. How you be? Oh, she's back. Yeah. Like I said, unfortunately, when I push the 1 key, they fly into the sky. I don't know what it is about that key. Anyway, let's give a shout out to Blobby. If you haven't checked out Blobby Derp, I highly recommend that you do. Very chill times, really great streams, really awesome stuff. And if you're a fan of Hollow Knight, that's a good place to go. But I hope you're having a good Saturday. I hope you're enjoying your weekend, all of that fun stuff. Hey, where'd the rest of it go? Oh, right, we need to put this back to 100%. There we go. New layer. Transparency lock on that. And now let's start working on this here cookie dough, or chocolate chip. So here's what we need to do. Snag that chocolate chip right there. That's a good chocolate chip. Next step. Actually, you know what? Let's just take this entire top half. There we go. Then we just get our brush, bring it down some more. And let's add some lighting right over here. A little too much lighting. Actually, no, this should be fine. Since it's a new layer, what we could actually do is just get our eraser, start erasing from there. But it might also be a little too bright. So let's go back over here, make it a little higher, reduce the color tone a bit, erase all of that again. Get our brush, click right there. Yo, Myoto, welcome on in. How you be? Hope things are going well. Hope things are good. Currently 1 p.m. today. Oh, it's pretty early for you. Well, pretty mid-afternoon for you. Early afternoon. Yeah, early afternoon. And the ad should be over. Welcome back here, folks. I was playing Pokemon game too. Ooh, what Pokemon game? Which Pokemon game? I was going to post the Sinners trailer, but it is slightly graphic, so we'll shoot you via DM. All right, send me the DM so I can see this game. I mean, this movie, because I want to see this. I want to see this crazy vampire movie. We're just going to select everything, delete all of that, try this again. Get the brush, make it a little bit smaller, and try to make the tone a little bit less red. Yeah, that works a lot better. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Instead of using that brush to get that smooth color tone, here's what we're going to do. Let's snag this. Just add this. Or, yeah, just add the top. Like so. Which also reminds me, I need to start going to sleep earlier. I've been missing out on a lot of morning streams. Or morning to early afternoon streams on my end. Take that part, erase all of that. Get our smudge tool. Shrink down that smudge tool like crazy, because that's a little too big for a smudge tool. Drag it up. Drag up some more. Put it at 50% strength. Really blend that sucker in. And that should be good. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu. Ah, fair. I didn't know people were still playing that one. That's still pretty cool. I'm trying to think. When was the last time I played a Pokemon game? I don't know the last time I played a Pokemon game, but I do remember ones that I really want to play again. I want to play Pokemon Coliseum. Maybe Pokemon Coliseum. Actually, yeah, Pokemon Coliseum 2. Because, that's the one with the Shadow Lugia. I want to play that one again. Not too far off that. I know how I can make sure that we get the right layer, or the right, lining for this. Gotta get that eraser. Go across like so. Make sure we don't go too far off of the edges. And boom. Now let's go back over to this part. Put it at 100% opacity. There we go. We're all set. We got that part of the cookie dough right there. Let's do that for all the other shapes now. So let's go to this next step. Pop that entire spot right there. Drag it down like so. That should be good. And start blending like crazy again. And that should be set right there. There we go. All right, let's try to catch up to things. Gale of Darkness? Yeah, that one. I want to play that one. Although I will say, okay, don't get me wrong. I like Gale of Darkness. That one was a good Pokemon game. That one was pretty fun. However, just like everything else, there's usually one gripe that I have, because nothing's perfect. There are a lot of great things out there, but there's no such thing as perfection. And that Pokemon game definitely had one part where I was like, are you serious? Come on now. Really? And that was the fact that in that Pokemon game, there's someone that runs around in a mech. That's right. There's a mech in that Pokemon game, and that mech don't do jack. Someone has a literal mech of a Groudon, and they don't use it for the Pokemon battles. They just throw out their own Pokemon while they are in the mech. This is like the final season of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds all over again. Someone shows up in a giant colossal mech, giant robot claw-like hands, and you want to know what they use with those giant robot claw-like hands? They use them to pull giant tablets out of their robotic deck, like their cards. They literally use the robot hands to play a children's card game. And that's exactly what happened in Pokemon. They're sitting in their giant mech while they're using an Oddish or something. That part always gets under my skin. Like, use the thing that you have. I want to fight a robot Groudon. Okay, both Coliseum and Gale of Darkness have Game Boy Advance compatibility. They do. Oh, isn't Pokemon Stadium 2?
Corgo 75 with sub smile.
Yo, Landing. Thank you for the bits. I greatly appreciate it. Save your money. Thank you for the bits. How you be? I hope you're having a good day. All right, let me see. What was this said here? Isn't Pokemon Stadium 2 the one compatible with the GB or the Game Boy Advance games? I wonder if anyone used it for their trading in their team up to the newer games. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Pokemon Stadium 2 was compatible with the Game Boy Color ones all the way up to, well, the only Game Boy Color ones they had. Yeah, Pokemon Stadium and Stadium 2 were the, like what Ryu said, Pokemon Stadium and Stadium 2 were the ones that were compatible with the Game Boy Advance games. Which was just Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Red and Blue, or Red and Green. Fire Red and Leaf Green to be specific. But yeah, those were some good times. Good times, good games. And yes, if I'm correct, if you had, well, I don't know if you could trade with them. Well, maybe. Okay, yeah, you could trade with them. Okay, here's the crazy part. If you were playing Pokemon Stadium or Pokemon Coliseum, I think you could trade your Pokemon from Coliseum to your Game Boy Advance game and vice versa, if, and only if, you beat the Pokemon Coliseum game. So, they did that in order for you to not try to cheat the game out by taking your Game Boy Advance team, the team that you already probably trained up to 50, 60, 100, and toss them into the Pokemon Coliseum game and absolutely steamroll. They were smart about that part. It may sound like it's one of those things like, what do you mean I can't do this until after I beat the game? Then what's the point? The point is to make sure you don't try to cheat. That's the whole reason, if I'm correct. Let's see. I just remember Stadium still had the compatibility to the original gen as well. Oh yeah. So, Stadium... What's it called? Yeah, regular Pokemon Stadium only had red, blue, and yellow. Stadium 2 had red, blue, yellow, crystal... Red, blue, yellow, gold, silver, and crystal. And then the GameCube ones had no compatibility with the Game Boy Color ones, which was unfortunate. Because... Yeah, it was very unfortunate because if you had any of the Pokemon from your Game Boy Color games, they stopped at Stadium 2. They stopped at Gold and Silver. You aren't taking them anywhere else. If I'm correct, Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, you can take any of your older Pokemon and put them into that one. Which definitely sucked, because I'll be honest, I wanted to take my older teams and put them into the Ruby and Sapphire games. I mean, luckily, they fixed that for almost every other game since then. Like, if you had your Pokemon from Ruby and Sapphire, you were able to take them all the way up, as far as I know. Because I don't know about the other ones. I don't know about the DS ones. Well, okay, yeah, I do know about the DS ones. You could take them to all the way up to Pokemon Black, White, and Black and White 2. But I don't know if you could take your Pokemon past that point. From Ruby and Sapphire all the way up to there, I don't know if you could take it past the Pokemon Black and White games. If anyone has any information on that, and if you know if you can or not, let me know. Why that face there, Landing? It's been... Oh, let's see. It makes sense to beat the game and then use it as a... Oh yeah, use it as a migration tool or two still. Yeah. I can agree with that one. Although I did learn this. This is an unfortunate circumstance, but also makes sense. If you wanted to take your Shadow Lugia and put it into your Game Boy Advance games, you would have to purify that into a regular Lugia first. Now, it sucks. It is very, very unfortunate, but it makes sense why they did that. They didn't want you, or not so much that they didn't want to, but there was no way to... How do you put it? It wasn't, the previous games were not future-proofed to add a brand new variant of a pre-established Pokemon into those games. So yeah, if you wanted to... So that's why they couldn't put the Shadow Lugia into Ruby and Sapphire. Which was an unfortunate circumstance, but makes sense. I would have still liked it, but yeah. I just looked at the thought and I just decided to just keep my Shadow Lugia there. Because I thought, if I can't take it there, what's the point? Alright, let's see. Yo, Power Goose, welcome on in. I joined to say hi and was about to say something, but your gun's out already. Yeah. Speaking of which, that redeem was 30 minutes, so we gotta go back to regular Lampy. There we go. I think you can... Oh, let's see. I think you can. I was able to take my old team from the 3DS to the newer games. Oh, okay. So then, yeah, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. That would be like saying Shiny gets Or, yeah, shinies get to migrate. Yeah, wait, they don't? Don't you get to trade your shinies into other games? Am I wrong? You not get to take your shinies into other games? I could be wrong. I was gonna say that I slapped Moth silly because I was going for... Oh, because it was going for my face. Oh, because Moth was going for my face. Oh. Let's see you try to slap a Moth silly now. Okay, having to purify Shadow is like saying... Oh. Having to purify Shadow is like saying they don't get to migrate. Yeah, basically. That's essentially what happened, like... Yeah, that's essentially the case. Like, okay, to be fair, every other Shadow Pokemon losing that, losing their Shadow effects, or, you know, losing their Shadow status, I think the other Shadow Pokemon losing their Shadow status is fine. They didn't look all that different, and they only had a move that really wasn't too broken anyway. So you could lose not having those special moves when it came to the Shadow Pokemon. But Shadow Lugia, on the other hand, that's an entirely different story. Shadow Lugia, it had a whole different design. A cooler design. That's why I really liked having that Shadow Lugia. That's why when I found out that I couldn't take it with me, I was like, you know what? It stays here then. It stays in this game. Because what's the point? That's how I mostly looked at it. Let's also add a bit of an outline to, or, you know, add a bit of a shine outline to this here cookie dough, or chocolate chip. Boom, there we go. And we're all set. Moth has magic powers, by the way. Of course moths have magic powers. I don't know where you got the implication that they didn't. What are we talking about? Alright, let's see. Went to look for the moth, but it's like I hallucinated the moth. You may have hallucinated the moth. Also, Uto91, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Uto91. What were you up to? What were you doing? Hope things were going well and all that craziness. And everybody stopping by from Uto's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. Yes, the bug is the streamer. Do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We are currently working on chocolate chip cookie dough. We are drawing Corgi. We are drawing Moth. And we are drawing a lot of fire. I hope you enjoy your day. I hope you enjoy your stay. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Right now, we're just adding some details to the cookie dough and working things from there. How be the Helldivers? I hope it was good. Welcome on in there, Lucky. Welcome on in there, Yuto. And thank you for the follow there. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Fleet. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're Lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. In the meantime, we're going to be getting back to doing the drawing. Trying to figure out what on earth we're doing here. And, yeah. Oh, let's see. Well, let me tell you something funny. Pokemon Sun and Moon, the villain merged with the... Right, I forgot. Let me, fix the eyes a bit. Alright, let me tell you something funny. In Pokemon Sun and Moon, the villain merged with the Pokemon to be super powerful, just to throw her usual Pokemon team like a normal trainer despite being merged with... See, that is the part that irritates me a lot when it comes to these Pokemon games. Like, if you're gonna have the enemy get this superpower, go beyond just having normal Pokemon, make that a move, make it a tactic. Like, I don't know how you're gonna change it up, but change it up somehow. Like, you don't have to keep every Pokemon as something you can capture. Sometimes you can just make the superpowers where someone merges with a Pokemon and now you have to battle that merged Pokemon person and not have them have Pokemon. Let them be the enemy. That's all you got to do sometimes. That's it. Yeah, no, it legit vanished into thin air. Crazy. Welcome on in there, Lucky. The squid have... Oh. The squid has made it to Super Earth. Send dudes. Alright, let me see. What can we do about that? Alright. Tell you what. Now, I don't have people, but we got guns. This is the best we could do, is give you a supply drop. Best of luck. You got this. For democracy. And yeah, you go get that food, you go get that, you go get that food. You go get them snacks. Whatever it is that you need to eat, you go eat that. And I hope you have a good night, a good day, a better tomorrow, great week. And again, thank you greatly for the raid. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Or I hope you take care. Those are words. Yeah, words are what I was looking for. Let's see. That superpower was just because they were merged evolutions in Digimon, and they probably didn't tell the writers anything to do with that because the fight outcome. Wait. Let me see. The superpower was because there were merged evolutions in Digimon, and they probably didn't tell the writers anything to do with it, just the fight outcome. Wait, are we still talking about Pokemon? Because, I'll be honest, Pokemon does this a lot. Pokemon does this too many times. Actually, okay, they didn't do it too many times, but they did it at least twice. Like, if your final battle is going to be a Pokemon battle no matter what, don't add any other special thing going on. Just don't add anything else if it's just going to end up as a Pokemon battle. Like, if you get a super weapon, or you get a special form, or the enemy gets a special form, and they decide, now I am unstoppable. I have now done what no one else could. I have used the power of Pokemon to make myself stronger instead. Then, don't give them Pokemon to use. That defeats the purpose of everything they just done. Again, if someone shows up in a mech saying, I've found a way, I have been dabbling with machinery to make a brand new, more powerful machine that I could use instead of using Pokemon, don't make them use Pokemon then. What's the point of the machine? What's the point of the power-up? What's the point of all of this? See, at least some of the newer games have been fixing that issue where they knew it was a Pokemon battle. So they gave you a giant Pokemon. Like whatever that dragon was that just turns into a giant hand. It's just like a giant hand in the sky. It's a Pokemon, so you could fight that thing. You can even capture it if you wanted to. I don't know if you could actually, use the giant hand Pokemon. I think you can. If you can, alright, cool. That's fair. But yeah, just do that. Okay, let me see. If I had a nickel for every time Pokemon did that, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's still weird that it happened twice. See, Miyoto gets it. Myoto gets it. And very, very true. In all honesty, very true. If it makes them more powerful, don't make the power boost just, don't make the power boost just lip service. Yes, exactly. That is how I feel about it. Don't just make it lip service. Don't just make it sound all fancy and cool and then throw a Squirtle at me. Use what you have. Use that power up. See, this is why Mewtwo worked. Mewtwo was the super weapon. This is why, okay, the Pokemon from Black and White worked. The 2 dragons? That's why that worked. Because he was like, I now have a legendary Pokemon. I have this legendary Pokemon. No one can stop me except for the person who has the other legendary Pokemon. And so, you and the other person had your epic battle because you two had superpowered Pokemon. And so you use those Pokemon in that fight. That's how you do it. That's how it's done. It's like, It's like how Egyptian god cards should have been. I mean, granted, in the anime, that's how Egyptian god cards were, but yeah, I've said this more than enough times. Anime made those Egyptian god cards look amazing. And then they come out into the real game. And they suck so much dog water. Okay, let's see. If Lampy is gonna have a Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel, but instead of his normal self, he uses the mech, just to pull out the duel disc. Yeah, that would actually be the equivalent of what I'm complaining about right now. If I just showed up, mech at hand, all of that, and just decided to pull out some trading cards and say, this is how we're doing this. With my brand new mech, no one can stop me. And then I pull out some Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and that's how the duel is played. What was the point of the mech? Again, it's going back to the whole thing like what happened in 5Ds. Nuts. Anyway. That's why the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's duel, though epic, I still had some very, very major gripes with it. I always just kept looking at that like, why do you have the giant robot suit? It's not going to do anything. He even gave it this whole cinematic moment of him unleashing the robot suit just for them to start playing a card game. I will say this, although, you know what's the funniest part about all of that? I'm going to say this. You want to know what's the funniest part about all of that? Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds also had 2 moments like this, where they showed up with the robot suit and did nothing with it, and then they had a scene with the robot suit where it actually had a purpose for a moment. Granted, it didn't really amount to anything at the end of it all, but it still had a moment where the giant suit actually felt like it mattered. And the funniest part is the part where it actually felt like it mattered was before the final fight, before the final battle. So that part I just never understood. Also, hold on a minute. There we go. Never made sense. So, I already talked about the one where they just showed up with a robot suit, claws and everything, and just played a card game. Now I'm going to tell you about the one where they actually tried to do something with it. So, 3 robot dudes, all the same person from different times, merged together into one giant robot dude. Literally on a robotic chariot of their own. Robotic centaur chariot. And while they were playing the card game, they decided, you know what? What am I doing here? I'm not playing cards. Pulls out 2 giant robot arms, starts trying to crush the dude mid-duel. And because the main character dodged all of those attacks, he was like, well, it was worth a shot. Let's get back to the card game. I at least tried it. And you know what? I respect that moment. Because he at least looked at it, realized the logic behind all of this, and noticed that I don't have to play you in a card game. I could just kill you right here. What am I doing? Oh. I couldn't just kill you right here. Well, it was worth a shot. Let's get back to the cards. That I will respect. Alright, let's see. To be able to use Pokemon other than just Pokemon fights... To be able to use Pokemon other than just Pokemon fights or clearing obstacles, I feel like it'd be so much more fleshed out. True. I mean, to be fair, they did finally turn one of the Pokemon into a mount. So you could actually use a Pokemon to ride around the place. Although, I don't know why they just... I don't know whose naming convention... I don't know who thought of the idea, like, yeah, let's call one of these Pokemon Miraidon. Was a good idea. And if you don't understand the situation, really think about the name for a good second. I'm gonna say it one more time. Miraidon. Let that name sink in for a minute. And if you don't get it yet, yeah, there you go. Spock got it. And I know that the Pokemon is a mount, and you are supposed to use it like a motorcycle, but every time I heard that name, the only thing I thought of was Miraidon And we're not going to continue the rest of that, but you get the point. You get the point. As soon as I saw that name, I'm like, okay, who thought this through? Or who didn't think this through? Who greenlit this? All right, let me see. The mech is needed to maintain all that ego. What do I look like, Kaiba? In one of the newer games, isn't Legendary replacing your bicycle? Yes, it was Pokemon Scarlet and Violet? I believe it was Scarlet and Violet. Okay, let's see. Oh, you know what? Pokemon Scarlet and Violet made no sense to me. Like, the whole camps... Oh, the whole camps, you have to fight to beat Team Star. They just let the player in, fight Pokemon, then fight a giant car Pokemon that just stays still and doesn't move the whole time. It just felt so underwhelming every single camp. Wait, the car doesn't move? Does it at least attack? Or what's going on with the giant car? I remember hearing about it. I think I remember seeing the car Pokemon, but I don't know what goes on with that. And yeah, that. Okay, at least you get to fight the giant car, but yeah, I could kind of see where you're coming from with that one. Like, if the car ain't doing anything, it still doesn't hit the mark. It's close, they're on the right track, I will say that much, but yeah, it still needs a little more work. The Pokemon is actually the engine. Oh. Still, point still stands. They should have that engine doing something more. I mean, if it's an engine, it should be able to move the car. Okay, that's not entirely true, because, yeah, cooling systems are still needed. I don't know. Now let's grab our smudge tool, blend that in a little bit more. There we go. That should be good. That should be all set. And what else was I doing here? I do not remember. Oh, let's actually go here now that I think about it. Let's add shape for this. Add a little shape there. Blend this in like nobody's business. There we go. And actually, yeah, let's toss that right there and blend that in like crazy. There we go, that should be good. Let's zoom out. You know what? We don't need that one. There we go, much better. Yeah, we got a long ways to go when it comes to this. Either that or it was just that I was too focused on talking about Pokemons. Yeah, talking about all the Pokemons and all that. I don't know. But yeah, I can agree with you on that one. Like, there's at least on the right track. That much I will say. But yeah, they still got a long ways to go. You know what's funny? I think the one game where the Pokemon do more than just battle and... Yeah, the Pokemon that do more than just battle and... What was the other part? Let me see. Yeah, the Pokemon, or the game where Pokemon do more than just battle and clear out obstacles. You want to know what that Pokemon game is called? It's called Pal World. Like, no, seriously. When you look at Pal World 1, you get to use your flying Pokemon as a mount. 2, the Pokemon help you maintain your base. Still not a fan that you have to feed yourself. And it's getting sued. Yeah. Wait, is the lawsuit still going? But yeah, with that being said, I still have gripes with Pal World. I still have gripes with Pal World, which is basically... I don't want to feed myself in game. What do you mean I have to maintain my own my own stamina, my own hunger, and my Pokemon's hunger. What is this nonsense? I'm never going to get over that. If I knew how to maintain my own hunger, I'd be doing that in real life. Not happening in real life, it's not happening in game. This is why I don't play Minecraft either. Gotta maintain myself in a video game. I don't even do that in real life. Let me see. Let's go to this part. Let's add a little more lighting there. Blend that in. There we go. Then we get our brush. There we go. And we're all set. Oh, right. I should also probably mention. Okay, so tomorrow. Gonna be working on a different project. Still gonna be working on the cam project from time to time. But I think it's time to take a dabble at another project. I'm gonna be working on a live 2D project. I'm gonna finally be working on that dog model. Going to be a dog model that I'm going to be putting on the Etsy for anyone and everyone to get a shot at if they want to get a dog model of their very own. And unlike the cat model, well, to be fair, when I started off the cat model, that was like the first model I made. But yeah, for the dog model, I'm actually going to be putting toggles to customize it because I've been seeing a lot of people really like the customizations when it comes to live 2D models. And so I'm looking at it thinking, I need to dabble in that. I need to get to that opportunity. Need to start adding customizations to some of them models and see how they go. So I'm thinking, okay, to be fair, I'm thinking, I mean, when it comes to a dog model, I think the only toggles that I really need to add for the ears would be... Have you seen the Shadow Puppet model? Wait, the Shadow Puppet model? What do you mean? That's the Shadow Puppet model. Oh, from what I know of, yes. Oh, it's still going? Dang. Losing doesn't stop appeals. Ah, fair. Okay, understandable then. Oh, let's see. Pokemon Actually Engine, Pokemon Safari had no battling. What I remember, it was just photography. Oh, Pokemon Snap. Gotcha. Anzu's Shadow Puppet VTuber model. I have not seen this. Hold on a minute. Let me look this up right quick. All right, Shadow Puppet. I'm gonna look this up right quick. Shadow Puppet VTuber model, because now I'm interested. What is this? Okay, I think I see it. The Skrunkly Shadow Tuber model. Okay, I think I see it now. It's like it's like a stick figure of some kind, sort of, with a derpy little face. And when I say this, none of this is an insult, by the way. This is let me just drop it. Okay, let me see if I could drop it here or something, or show an image of this, because it looks really good. And simple, to the point. I think that's honestly a very fair, I think that's honestly a really good model. Let me see if I can, you know what? Let's just get this link. There we go. Let's just drop that one right there. Is this the one? Yeah, is this the one there, Blobby? I think I see it. It's on the coffee page. But yeah, also, what about this model out of curiosity? Because I think this is the first time I've seen it. It looks really good, though. And I admire the simplicity. As a for those of you that don't know, when it comes to designs, I am a fan of simplicity. Yo, Vulpin! Welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Hope things are well. Hope things are good. We're currently just rendering cookie dough. I just wanted to show you a customizable that looks... Oh, that took off recently. Hope it inspires you. Oh... I'm also glad to hear that, you know, a simplistic design model can still still skyrocket. Because honestly, that's that definitely does inspire if it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's small, it's simple, it's to the point, it's also relatively affordable, and people are going for it like crazy. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. All right, let me see. Despite losing my gallbladder, I'm okay. Oh, dang. Are you all good there? Like, okay, well, to be fair, you said you're okay, but yeah, sorry to hear that there, friend. I hope that things get easier for you there. I hope things get easier. I hope things are all right. Let me see. Also, wanted to show how Anzu has extra customizations on top of the base model. Oh, I see, I understand now. All right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, something like that, where it's like a simple enough model, but you add custom, or, you know, you add features on top of it. You know, change up the ears, maybe change up the face, something along those lines. Change up the tail, if need be necessary. Oh, it could also turn into a fox. Now that I think about it. Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do with this dog model. It's going to be a tricky one, but I got some ideas for it. And of course, just like before, I'm going to try to draw this one on, or I'm going to try to draw and rig this one on stream. Axolotls are king. I didn't vote for you. All right, let's see. So if you wanted it, shaped a bit more like your VTuber, you can pay for it. Oh, so it has a customization, or it has custom commissions as well? Yo, nice. Understandable. Also, welcome on in there, Bagu. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Yeah, I had stones inside of it. It was only a week in the hospital, but it was painful. The moment you said stones, it all clicked. Like, okay, yeah, that's a... It's either you wait for... I don't even know if you could wait for them to pass if it's more than one stone. Yeah, getting rid of the gallbladder sounds like a... It honestly sounds like the best of decisions right there. I'm glad to hear that it's over now. Wait, it's over now, right? I hope that it's over now. We good? Nice. Glad to hear that you're good over there. But yeah, I need to look more into this, model right here, because I like the idea. I like the concept. And I need to see, and I see that they have a description of how it works, so I need to read more into that. Like, see, how are they doing this? How's it all go? I need to find out, because that sounds pretty cool. Thanks for the heads up there, Blobby. I greatly appreciate that. I need to see more of this. This can definitely help with the, what's it called, resources. Info. All of that. Because knowledge is power. Alright, we're going to reduce the opacity a bit so I know where the edge of this here chocolate bar is. Not chocolate bar, chocolate chip is. Drag that across down there. Drag across there. Do I have to do anything tomorrow? I need to look into this now. Do I got to do anything tomorrow? Because I'm thinking about it, and I'm wondering... If I don't have to do anything tomorrow, I'm hopping back on Elden Ring again. I need to look back on my schedule. Like, what is my schedule this week? Is there anything I need to do? Actually, I still need to work on the rest of that video, so I probably should leave Elden Ring alone until after I got that video recording done. Because I got a lot of projects I need to do. So I should probably... you know what? I've been drawing for like God knows how many hours. I should just hop on Elden Ring after this. I don't know. I'll figure it out. All right, let me see. It was inside the gallbladder. It wasn't going to pass. I had to remove it. And yeah, it's over now. I'm just at home healing and resting while my incisions close up. Ah, fair, fair, fair. Understandable. And I hope you recover soon. I hope it goes well. Or yeah, I hope the recovery goes soon. I'm glad to hear that the surgery was a success. And I'm glad to hear that you're no longer dealing with the stones. Because yeah, stones. I have never had a stone in my life. I hope I never have a stone in my life. But yeah, I've heard that that is painful, like extremely painful. That is like a rough experience there. So I'm glad to hear that you no longer have to deal with that part. Just gonna add that little line, blend that one in, give it that reflected light look. Add a little more over to this side. How long have I been up? I have no idea now that I think about it. There we go. And that is all of the chocolate chips. Now we just need to add the orange to the cookie dough lighting and we're all good. All right, let's see. It's 11:15. When is the last time you saved? That's a good idea. That's a good question. I don't think I saved since I was working on the cookie dough. I mean, the chocolate chips. Speaking of feeding yourself, IRL, I've been living off of boba tea recently. Is there at least some nutritious features in there? I hope there's at least some nutritious features in there. As far as gaming, I've gotten myself hooked on Ghost of Tsushima story mode. This is just too good. Ghost of Tsushima. I've heard good things about it, but I've never played it myself. What's Ghost of Sushi? What's a Ghost of Sushi all about? All right, so here's what we're going to do next. We're going to get this bright yellow. Actually, yeah, let's get the bright yellow. Almost orange. That should be a good color tone. We're going to go back to... Actually, let me see if I can find the layering around here. Shine. No, not that. Orange? Yeah, orange. So 60% on that. Bring that all the way up. Make sure it's at normal. We're going to get this color tone. Put everything back to normal. Since that is the orange, we're going to need to take another layer of that. So new layer. Orange. Cookie. Put the transparency lock there. Put it at 60. Keep it at normal. Yeah, this is all good. All right, get a brush. Increase the size of said brush. Put it at 0% sharpness. And then just start dragging this sucker across. There we go. Maybe a little bit brighter than that. I don't know why, but something seems a little off about all of this. It seems not yellow enough. Not bright enough. Let's go with something a little more yellow. A little more golden. Okay, yeah, maybe not bright enough. We'll figure this out. From what I've seen, on the outside, it's like Red Dead, but samurai. Oh. Okay, yeah, that would explain... Yeah, that would explain a lot. That would actually be a pretty cool game. I could see that. Make it a little more orange. Maybe that's where the problem lies. No, not that either. You know what? Let's just go for this bright orange or bright yellow and just toss that one on top. No? You know what? I know what it is. Instead of putting it at 60% opacity, you just need to bring this all the way up. Let's take everything, erase it again. Take that orange, make it a lot brighter. Maybe make it slightly more yellow. Try it again. get the right lighting for this thing. Now, apparently that is tougher to get than I thought for this. We'll figure this out. We just need to find the right lighting for this. Maybe start with orange. I got an idea. Start with orange first. Start with orange first, then we add the brighter shades. Then we add some bright lights to it. That will give it that sense of, you know, flame lighting in some way, shape, or form. I know flame lighting usually gives like a yellow tone, but for some reason with the cookie dough, that yellow tone just doesn't give off the same vibe. So that's why we're going with something like this. We're also going to use the mouse clicker so we don't have to use too much time on the blending. There we go. That should be relatively close enough. Now we get a brighter shade. Get that yellow. We'll make it a very, very bright yellow. And then just add that on top. And then we catch up with the rest of the reading. Let's put this at 70% strength as well. There we go. Getting a little bit closer there. Not too much there. Bring it back. Flip back a little bit. There we go. Okay, I got an idea with this. It is coming along fairly well, so I think I can work with this part. Alright. The story... Oh, it's the story of a samurai who has to go Ronin and learn skills that go against the samurai code to defeat the Mongol army who invaded and taken over the land. You start off as a lone samurai, but you start to learn how to assassinate and other skills. Ah, I see. Understandable. The skills and the settings is done so well that, and the landscaping and settings just immerse you into that time period. Oh, okay. Nice. So kind of like Assassin's Creed. Except as a samurai. Wait. So it was already done. And better. Or Elder Scrolls. Only in Japan. Ah, okay. Fair. I'm just thinking about this, like, Ubisoft, how'd you drop the ball? You actually, there was a game that you could have, you know, borrowed from. Oh well. Oh, we might actually need to make this brush a little bit smaller just to get to those points. There we go. Now that doesn't even... I mean, to be fair, because of the fire, that would also make sense that the cookie dough would just look like Cheetos. Flying cookie dough? Nah, those are just Cheetos. There we go, and one more over here. A little more over there. That apart there and there and there. Just blend all of this in like nobody's business. We keep on trying until it's all set. You know what? I'm being a little lazy on that part. Let's do this properly. So what we're gonna do, go back to the line art, select here and here, increase, select, modify, expand by 3. Let's make sure. Yeah, close enough. Now we get our brush tool. Get our brush tool, get our old clicker. And just keep clicking on the left side, the top left sides of this here wave. I guess is the best way to go about it. Until we got all the features that we're looking for on this here thingamabobber. There we go. 1 and 2, a little more over there, and a little bit over there. And there we go. Now it's giving it that fiery look. Now that we got that done, let's select this part. Add that lighting to that piece. What the? Oh, I've been on the wrong layer this entire time. Whoops. You know what? It's fine. I could still work with this. We'll just leave that yellow where it is, though. It's fine. Alright, let's see. I streamed this game, however, I don't have the setup for it, and also the game has visual slight nudity in it. Ah, fair. If I'm correct... Okay, so the first half, understandable. The second half, also very understandable. But if I'm correct, when it comes to Twitch, I think they made a rule where you can kind of get away with it so long as it's not explicitly the premise of the game, if that makes any sense. Like, because there are some games like God of War, like the old God of War trilogy, where, you know, the original premise of it is, you know, hacking and slashing, but they intentionally, not intentionally, well, technically intentionally, but they occasionally drop in, you know, topless characters. And most of the time you would have to, like, hide that entire screen away. But I think right now, because of the rules, now, I could be wrong. Don't take this as gospel. If you hear any of this and you think, wait, is that how it works? Look it up yourself. Because as far as I know, I could be wrong on this. I could be giving some bad information. This is why I, too, myself have to look this up later. I don't plan on playing any games like that, but you never know that I might be giving wrong information on this. But games like that, like God of War, I think they let that slide now. I think. So long as it's not, you know, solely focused on that, or you yourself aren't solely focusing on that one part for too long, then I think you might be good. Maybe. Like I said, I too have to look into this. I'm gonna look into this later. Like, did they fix that rule, or is that still a thing? Alright. But either way, point being is, I understand what you mean. Like, having the PC set up for that, that's also still very difficult to pull off. If it's even possible to pull off in the first place. Man, I swear, this cookie dough just looks like cheese now. We need to fix that. Because the cookie dough is still supposed to look like cookie dough. But with all of this orange, it's definitely looking like it's just mixing up Cheetos. Hold on a minute, let's zoom out. Okay, actually, no. Now that I looked further, now that I pulled the image back a little bit, it doesn't look as much like cheese. I mean, it still kind of looks like cheese. Especially the front part here. So I think I need to fix some things here. Hold on, I know what I need to do. I need to go back to the line art. Select this entire section. Oh, you know what I could do? Here's what we got to do. We go back over here. Right, I forgot. I messed up the line art there. So I can't really go back there like that. Okay, so we go back over here. We select those points. Select, modify, expand by 3. There we go. Select the lasso. Select that whole portion, and we should be good. All right, next step. Okay, let's see. I've done that with my art before. Oh, let me see. Yeah, I've done that with my art before. Wait, which part? You just see his butt when your character resets, or yeah, rests at a hot spring. Oh, understandable, understandable. See, that's what I mean. Like, I think that they let those slide nowadays, but I could be wrong. So, in those occasions, it's best to make sure. It's best to look into that. All right, so here's what we're going to do about this orange. We're going to tone that one down. So, let's select that part. Let's get the eraser. Let's put the eraser at 50% opacity. Let's also get the eraser and put it at 0% sharpness. Actually, if it's at 0% sharpness, it should be at 100% opacity. Add start in 10 seconds. Back to the orange over here. Erase a little bit. Start taking that eraser and start getting rid of the inner part of the circle. Get rid of that orange. Okay, we may have gotten rid of too much of that orange. Let's try that again. Make the brush a little smaller. Put it at the edge. Start erasing from that edge. Boom, there we go. A little more over here. That should be good. Now that we got that set up, don't deselect, because what I want to do next is go back to the cookie dough, go back to the shadows, because I feel like that's where we're missing a lot. Go back to those shadows. Let's get that chocolate. Let's get that darker tone. Let's try adding that tone in there somewhere. Oh, right, we got to remove the transparency lock first. Make that circle smaller. And definitely make it a darker tone, especially since, you know, the flame and the shadows are really going to make it a little more dynamic. Let's also go back to here and get rid of just a little bit more of that orange. Oops, wrong side. Go to the eraser, go to the orange. Just erase a little bit of that orange. Too much orange. There we go. Much better. You know what? Maybe a little more up top here. Maybe a little more over there. And I think this should be good. Obviously, we're also going to need to add a bit of an overlay. So we got the cookie dough done. Kind of. Yeah, I think we got the cookie dough done. Let me double check on some things. All right. Needs to be a little more tan than yellowish. For which part? As far as my art I've drawn... Oh, as far as my art I've drawn on the wrong layer before. Yeah, drawn on the wrong layer is definitely an unfortunate circumstance. It can be fixed, it can be sorted out, but yeah, it's still an unfortunate circumstance. All right, let me see. So now that we got that part, what I want to do... make one more new layer, because we need to cast some shadows where the cookie dough is, or where the chocolate chips are. So let's add some shadows to those chocolate chips. Bring this down a little bit more. Which layer is this? Oh, it's a whole new layer, so that works. That works just fine. Let's bring this brush down by a lot. Smudge tool like nobody's business. Zigzag up and down, left to right, as best as we can. Oh wait, actually we do need this shadow here still, so let's just drag this whole thing across. Oh, that explains a lot. The strength is at 50, or 70. Let's reduce the strength of our smudge tool, because that is too much strength on that smudge. There we go, that should be fine. Alright, so now that we got the smudge on that chocolate chip, now that we got the shadow casted on that one, let's go to the next one, cast that shadow over there as well. Let's fix all of that. And we're all set right there. Let's get our smudge tool, blend that in. Go to this part. Just meld that, yeah, just meld this like nobody, yeah, just meld this like crazy. I'm using that one phrase too much. Let's take a step back from that phrase. Looks better now? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we just need to remove the orange a little bit. There was too much orange. Made it too much like a Cheeto. But yeah, that's, to be fair, that is the process. Sometimes you're going to look at it, once you take a step back and you take a good look at what you've been working on, that is when you will see what works, what doesn't, and then fix it up. It may also take a while to fix it up, because I'll be honest, I've had a good number of times where I finished off a project. Once I'm finished with it, I'll look back on it and realize, we could have done better than this. We need to fix a lot. Just going to add that right there. Smudge tool one more time, blend everything in. And just start pulling to cast that shadow. And that there should be good. Yeah, that should be fine. All right, let's see. Uptime. Yeah, it has been quite a day today. Streaming for 4 hours and 7 minutes. Yeah, sounds about right. Also, where did the bird go? I don't know what button I pushed, but apparently it made the bird disappear. I don't even know how long they've been gone. Oh well. And back to square one. Alright, let's get back to the drawing at hand. Let's also save, because I forgot when the last time that was. Okay, that spot seems to be okay. That spot seems to be fine. Drag this part up a little bit higher. Yeah, this works. Alright, next one. After this, I get food, because I just realized my stomach is literally telling me that I'm starving. So, yeah, I should probably take care of that. I don't know, I'm just really... I'm in the zone right now, so it's really difficult to, you know, step away. But I should really step away. Y'all ever get to that point where whatever you're working on, you're just so focused on it where you're like, I need to take care of other things. I should be doing other things. I want to do other things, but I also want to finish this. Or whatever it is that I'm working on, I want to finish this. Whether it be a game, a project, whatever it may be. You're just like, this needs to be done. Working on a car, sculpting something, building something, whatever it may be, you're just like, there are things that need to be done, but this is #1 priority for some reason. Even though it shouldn't be, it is. Or is that just me? I don't know. Because I don't know why. I feel like this is just personally a me thing right now, but I could be wrong. Maybe someone else is going through this. All right, we got the shadows casted. Shadows have been casted. Shadows have been done. All of that crazy nonsense. I think this one comes out really well. What? Lampy needs food? Yeah, I need food. I need to go get food, but I'm stuck here working on this. And this ain't even one of those things where it's like, I have to be here. It's more so like, there's this like this sense that is forcing me to be here. Like, I have to finish. I've gotten so much progress on this project done. I may not be close to finishing yet, but we're getting there, so I need to stick around. Even though I'm pretty sure everyone sitting here is probably thinking, yeah, Lampy, what are you doing here? Go get food. It's also been 4 hours. It's time to go. I'm like, I know. I can't. We're also going to add a new layer. Wrong layer. Because what I want... is to add a very bright overlay. Drag it all the way up. Stretch it out to the sides. And then drag this down. Giving this that sense of fire. Also, I should probably move it further to the... Actually, you know what? Delete this layer. Try it again. Because I realized I'm putting the lighting in the wrong spot. The lighting should be more so on this side. Now we increase the size drastically. Like so. Maybe make it a little bit higher. Actually, make it lower. Around here should be good. There we go. Giving it the sense that the flames are coming from the left side. There we go. And we're all set with that. So we got the overlay effect going on. And now, really, the only thing that we really need to do left is give Lampy eyes. So new layer. And we need to add a background. Although we might call it here because adding the background is going to take quite a bit of time. So one more new layer right here. Actually, we could just add the shine to this. Boom. We're actually just going to take this copy and just move it over to the other side. And then boom. Same eyes. Let's see how... Yeah, this works. Well, actually, you know what? Let's take that one back. Let's increase the size... Whoops. Wrong one. Let's increase the size of this eye a bit more. There we go. A little more. There we go. All good. Then we copy it and move it. And now it's all set. Now we got the eyes for lamp. Done. Now all that's left is the background. Yeah, we got to make a background for this. I don't know how we're going to make the background for this, but we'll figure it out. All right. And this is why you have a bad sleep schedule, the hunger problem. That, and I'm playing Elden Ring for too much. I need to stop playing Elden Ring, but at the same time, I don't want to stop playing Elden Ring. All right, we're going to leave it here. We're going to save. We're going to leave it where it is right now. We will come back to this project some other time. Tomorrow, I'm going to be working on that dog model. Time to turn that thing into a product. Time to start putting that thing on the Etsy page and see how well it goes. I totally understand, but yeah, in the zone? Yeah, exactly. All right. I will be back on Tuesday. We'll be working on that model next time. Or do I work on a crab model? Okay, you know what? Okay, you know what? Okay, I know I said I was going to be working on the dog and the rat model, but I really want to work on a crab. What do y'all folks think? Think a crab model would work? I don't know. No. As much as I want to, we gotta think about the product. We'll work on the. You know what? Good idea. Sleep on it. Because it might be the sleep depravity right now that I'm thinking I should make a crab. But we'll leave that alone for next time. Tell you what. Dog model first, then crab. Even though I really want to make a crab, we'll save the crab for later. I just gotta write that one down. No, wait, no, wait. I remember what I wanted to make. We'll work on that. We'll work on that one next time. No, back to dog model. I gotta remember dog model. All right, let's find someone to raid. Who is on at this hour? Let's drop you folks off somewhere. Let's see who we can leave you with while I figure out the food problem. Let me see. Let me find this out. Let me figure this out. Let me also close that so the music actually comes back on. Wait, did the music pause? Oh, the music paused. That explains a lot. All right. Definitely sleep on it, but in my opinion, do what inspires you. Good idea. Definitely gotta sleep on this one. Gotta figure out what I'm gonna put there for later. You know what? This person seems to be working on some sketches. They're working on a mushroom. I think this is a good spot to drop everybody off on. It seems like a very chill stream. We're going to drop you folks off over with a crystal cavern cave. And they are also apparently trying to do a 72-hour stream. You know what? Best of luck on that one, huh? That 72 hours? Jesus, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of time. But you know what? We're going to drop you folks off over there. We're going to call this one Fire Raid. Why? Because we've been working on fire like crazy. Raid. I think this is what we put last time. But yeah, use those emotes if you have them. Use whatever emotes you have if you don't. I'll be back on Tuesday. I'll let y'all know what I work on Tuesday. But we're going to be working on something different. Even though we're really, really close to this one, I'll probably work on this one on Friday again. But Tuesday, new project. All right. But yeah, let's drop you folks off over at a crystal cavern cave. There we go. Let's head on out. Thank you all for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. Also, if you would like to help support the channel, one good way you could do so is by checking out the link page over here. We got affordable models on the Etsy page. We got merch on the Teespring page. We got free stuff for you on the Coffee page. And if you or someone you know is looking for live 2D models, both big and small, emotes, or yeah, either just the rig or the art, emotes, assets, character sheets, character concepts, or animations, any of that sort of stuff, then you can either contact me directly or go straight to the vgen page. And with that being said, thank you all for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. Always remember, you're all awesome in your own way because you folks make these streams and this community what it is. It's awesome chatting with you folks, cracking jokes, brainstorming, all that good stuff. And if you lurk, that's great too. But the fact that you took the time out of your day to have this bug rambling on in the background means more to me than you could possibly imagine. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. All right, I'm going to be calling it here. I'm going to go get some food, probably play some Elden Ring, even though I shouldn't, but I'm going to be doing that. So I hope you all have a good night, better tomorrow, and a great week, and good luck with Monday. And that's about it. I got nothing. Well, take care now. Laters.